We're going to go ahead and start the meeting, so I'll call the meeting to order. Mark, would you do the invocation, please? Please stand.
Please silence your phones, move your hats. Bless this town, and may it remain a beautiful and friendly place to live. We pray that this board makes fair and informed decisions this morning. We also pray that our police officers, firefighters, and members of our armed services here and around the world remain safe as they risk so much for our security. We also pray that our town be spared the ravages of hurricanes and other natural disasters, and that everyone associated with the town remains safe and secure. Amen.
So, I'd like a motion to approve the agenda, and then we'll talk about whether there's going to be adjustments to the agenda. So could I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right. Are there adjustments to the agenda, Kip?
Mr. Mayor, under public presentations, I'd like to add item A, which will be the police chief recognition and swearing in. For item B, we'll have a grant project update from Deborah Mack, and then sliding all the other public presentations down.
Okay.
And then under new business, the fire department has a plaque for the Fire Station 2, the new fire station. So for item D, Delta, having the fire department plaque design approved by the board.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to accept the agenda as modified?
I make a motion to accept the agenda as modified by Alderman Mountain.
I hear a second.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None.
Woohoo, wake up, right? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Okay, so, Mayor and Board, thank you. I'd like to highlight a few activities. It's manager's report, right? Manager's report. Where are we? Yes. So back to manager's report, a reminder, a couple of community events and activities coming up, July 3rd through the 5th. Ocean City Jazz Festival. A reminder that July 6th, the administrative offices will be closed in recognition of July 4th. July 7th, 11 o'clock, we've got a workshop planned for the board to allow your participation in mandated 2-hour ethics training, and also an overview from North Carolina League of Municipalities representative that will highlight the different programs, services, and lobbying efforts. Then I'd like to share with you kind of update, I guess, regarding Beach Access 3, which, as you recall, was the site of a drowning on June 1st. On June 8th, an ad hoc work group of department heads was assembled to brainstorm strategies, practices, and policies that could be offered to enhance public safety in and around the inlet. The work group's preliminary ideas included about 7, 8 of them that I'll just highlight and go back and give you a status update. Adding additional signage, adding an acknowledgement statement in the parking app, removing beach access number 3, adding emergency location beacons, call buttons, adding signage on River Road, adding blinking lights on signage, and erecting a memorial. Some actions, activities that we've...
Before you leave that real quick,
Sir.
that's a county access. BA3 is a county access, right? So I guess we'll be talking to them as well?
I don't believe I believe their land is underwater at this point, so the parking lot's ours.
I know the parking
Where
lot
the
is.
signs are is our property,
sorry?
where the signage is our property,
Okay.
but the access itself is county-owned.
Okay, because we're having that meeting with them, that'd be something for us to discuss next time we get together our little group, right? Because I've heard everything from, to your point, shut the parking down, but I think on the beach access, we should talk to them and coordinate with them, if that's one of the things that we want to consider going forward.
So
Thanks.
in terms of things that we have done to try to mitigate, enhance safety in that particular area, we've, through our parking vendor management company, we've modified the parking app, adding a statement that basically calls attention to hazardous swimming at beach access number 3 and the 4x4 parking area. Basically, it when individuals are going to reserve, purchase a parking space, that statement pops up before they check out and pay for a spot, and then it also, depending on how they are getting a receipt, it's provided to them in their receipt. In terms of additional signage on River Road, staff is in the process of gathering materials to add signage along the road and to declutter the proliferation of signs that are in the parking lot, because after about the third or fourth sign, all you tend to see are signs, and so we felt that decluttering would probably improve the messaging, as well as adding signage on the road going to the parking area. We're also, in terms of blinking lights.
Again, before you leave the signage thing, Smith had talked to you about the $200,000 that, what'd you call it, Christmas in July is what he called it? And that we put in for signage, right?
Yes, but
But
not
it
at that
can't be
location.
budgeted, right, but it can't be budgeted, right?
Well, we hope to see legislative,
Action?
yeah, I think it'll hinge on their adoption of the state budget.
Okay.
And then
I
we'll
don't want
get
to delay, I don't want to delay what we're doing. My point, though, is we may have other money coming in that we can move back and forth, right?
Well,
So if we want-
it'll be targeted for message signs at the fire stations. Yeah, so
Okay.
we won't be able to
That's
use.
fine.
I would not want to say publicly that we would use that money in some other manner. We would use it
Yeah, that's not my
for
point.
signage
Right.
at 2 fire stations.
My point, though, is that we wouldn't necessarily need to spend money on signage at the fire stations if we get the grant.
Yes.
So it'd be money that we have to do the signage anyway, right?
No, it would be money, if the money that our representative indicated may be allocated to the town of North Topsail Beach, it would be specifically for messaging signs at Fire Station 1 and Fire Station 2.
Perfect.
So to your point, though.
I'm just talking about cash is fungible is my point.
Right,
It's just less money, it's money we wouldn't have to spend to put the signage at the firehouses, if it comes through.
Correct, but then if we need to move some money in the budget for additional signage at the north end, we can do that, right?
We may not even need it, he's got it in his
Yeah, I
budget.
don't, the cost is insignificant.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Insignificant as compared to the idea of signage at Fire Station 1 and 2, which is, some dollars. So much. Blinking lights. So, in terms of adding blinking lights, staff is gathering materials to add blinking lights at a number of locations, primarily in the parking lot area and possibly on the beach. We're evaluating that because the erosion rate, instability, storm, washover, and so forth. But we're looking at that as well. And that concludes my update on Beach Access 3. The Sea Oats Cost Share Project. Board members may recall that the town partnered with Coastal Transplants in a cost share project for the purchase of sea oats. The program has offered an opportunity for property owners to purchase sea oats at a discounted price up to a limited quantity. Actually last week, Joe Gahan with Coastal Transplants offered a program summary Basically, we had, there were 39 properties that participated, and more than 30,000 plants were planted. As a comparison, last year, there were approximately 24,000. So I think the evidence of an ongoing successful program. And then lastly, the comprehensive compensation study. So with the adoption of the fiscal year ending 2027 budget yesterday, work will now begin to develop a request for proposal. Previously, Lexi and I collected RFPs from peer communities. I believe that was in late April, early May, which we'll use as a basis to design the town's RFP. The major tasks that we'll invite vendors to address through their proposals include, salary and benefit survey with emphasis on identifying the appropriate communities and commercial entities to benchmark against, classification design, career ladder design and integration, and then an implementation and migration plan. The process would include, it's got really high level, but the preparation and publication and hopefully receipt of proposals, scoring the proposals, panel interviews of the top 2 or 3 proposals, and referral and recommendation to the board, and ultimately y'all would make the decision. I would expect, I don't think it'll be within the manager's signature authority, and probably a presentation by, if the process narrowed it down to 1, then probably we would refer the 1, but we'll work through that down the road. And that concludes my highlights.
Wow. All right. Open forum. Lexi, everybody sign up to speak?
I have no signups.
Okay, we'll have another one, I guess, at the end, yep. All right, let's move on to public presentations.
This would be item A.
Yep.
Yes, new A. This would be item A, recognition and
Oh,
oath
yes.
of office for our new Chief of Police, Andrew Page.
Chief? All right. Put your hand on that Bible. I, Andrew Page,
I, Andrew Page,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers
and to the constitutional powers
and authorities
and authorities
which are or may be established for the government thereof,
which are or may be established for the government thereof,
that I will endeavor to support,
that I will endeavor to support,
maintain, and defend
maintain, and defend
the Constitution and laws of said state,
the Constitution and laws of said state,
not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States.
not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States,
I was trying to, to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of my office as Chief of Police
of my office as Chief of Police
for the town of North Topsail Beach,
for the town of North Topsail Beach,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Much appreciated. I didn't screw it up.
I try to keep this stuff soft, because I get messed up on those too. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you so much. Oh, certainly.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, while you're signing and while everybody's taking their seats, congratulations once again. Having worked for you, I think you're going to do great things for this town and this department. I thank you for your continued service, and
I
congratulations.
appreciate the vote of confidence. I will make you proud.
All right. So I had marked those. Now we're back to FEMA. The B is the grant project update.
Who's doing that?
Is Deborah, there she is. Hey, Deborah. How you doing? I think you're muted, or we've muted you.
All right.
There you go.
Can you hear me? All right. Well, it's a great morning for an update. The last time I did this, I'm going to see if I can follow what Ricky told me to do. I'm clicking on present teams. So let's see if I can do it right this time. So let's see. It'll be just a moment.
Yep, there you go.
All right, there we go.
Thanks, Deborah.
Yeah, sure. And hopefully this looks right for you. Is it too small, or if I need to
Nope.
make any kind of change?
It's perfect, thank
All
you.
right.
Everybody
All
see?
right, wonderful. So, the summary for you this morning, the last time I was in front of you was on April the 1st, and FEMA was shut down, and we had tons of things pending. But the good news, in May and June, we had a total of over $15 million of reimbursements that finally came into the town, which you needed, and enabled the budget amendments that were on, the board was able to approve yesterday, to get those funds back so you can do other projects. Specifically for the recap here, FEMA, Matthew is completely closed, Dorian, Florence, the only thing open is the Cat Z, the administrative item that we're working on to submit, and then PTC-8 now has 3 projects because they awarded it a Cat Z for that one. So that was new. Once they came back to work, we did get a Cat Z approved for that. And then you have your stormwater project, the DRMG 2304, and of course it's currently open, and the DEQ, we've made the reimbursements, but we're just waiting for the memo on the final closeout for that.
Okay, so Deborah, real quick, this is Rick. So when I looked on that, that's that interest and unused funds that we talked about for 4, right? So,
That's
so that
correct.
occurred last fiscal year as of yesterday, right?
That's
So our balance sheet will show that gone for next year?
Yes, we will have that project, when the audit's done this year, should show it complete or pending. We don't have a final memo from DEQ that it's closed.
But the
so
the funds have transferred, I guess is my question, Deborah, right?
Yes, sir. That's
Thank
been
you,
taken
Wayne.
care of. Yes, yes, yes. And then Florence, just to update on it, that's the large reimbursement you've been waiting for. On May the 21st, we got 11.48 million in. And again, the Cat Z is the only one open, and I'm preparing that, and we'll be submitting that to FEMA for a review, because I always submit it, let them look at it and see if they have any questions, and then that one will be completed. Dorian, everything's complete. The last payment we got for that one was on May the 12th for around $346,000. PTC-8, as you know, you're in the middle of that one. The Cat G, we've received reimbursement. We feel like we can request closure, so we're waiting to hear on that. I've submitted that small project. The Category B, we're on hold because of year-end turtle nesting hatching season right now. So we did receive in about 3.2 million on June 19th for the work that had been completed to date, because it wasn't awarded and we couldn't submit the reimbursements until FEMA came back to work. And in the Cat Z, the new one, we do have the final number on that, and that cannot be submitted until both projects are closed out. That's what's the holdup with Florence too. Until you get the final closeout memos, they won't let you submit your Cat Z, because there could be emails, RFIs, or maybe not RFIs, but clarification, and you can bill that time and get reimbursed for it. And in right now, on that, we are waiting on the FEMA approval for the extension. It shows it in NCEM's website, which is the state side. It's been extended to December because of the turtle nesting and hatching season and some additional dune planting. So hopefully that we'll be able to get that closed out in 2027. I don't see, unless there's a weather issue. This is a project I believe I saw on the agenda from yesterday that you had some additional grant money you can leverage with this one. But this is just the part that I was working to assist you with. And so this project, as far as I know, is on schedule to be completed. And the grant does end on this particular portion of the grant on June 30, 2027. And the DEQ that I briefly mentioned, this is the one where you received all the money in advance back in 2023, and that's the reason interest had earned on that particular, instead of it being reimbursement based, they advanced it. And so that was paid, the town made the final payment on that to clear that grant. As far as the town's concerned, I don't believe we have any more items to address. We're just waiting for them to send us an official closeout memo on it. And so the snapshot, you started out with 23 original projects. We've closed 20 of those. The reason we have one additional is because we got the Cat Z with PTC-8, which is new. So I've listed the 4 projects. 3 of those are just PTC-8. And in the Florence Cat Z, we're working to submit. And so basically in May and June, you received over $15 million worth of reimbursements. And so in conclusion, the town has the 4 projects, which is detailed on the previous slide, and barring any complications or weather delays for the FEMA, which is the PTC-8, by January 2027, you should be able to submit and everything get closed out on it. The stormwater grant, as I mentioned, will expire on June 30th. And I don't know about the new grant, if it gets approved, what that expiration date would be. But I can give you good news that currently there are no outstanding eligibility or compliance concerns on any of your grants, to my knowledge. And it's been a pleasure to assist the town in getting the money that I know you need to do your additional beach improvement project.
Thank you. Hey, net of what we spent, what we're owed out there, is it a couple $1 million still outstanding, Deborah? Does that sound right?
Yeah, currently right now you have your Cat Z on your PTC-8. You'll have the balance of about 4.4 million, and we got, so it's about 1.2.
Right.
Plus you could get up to $1 million, but you haven't spent that money on our firm, of course, you know, so you wouldn't get that full eligible reimbursement. But you'd have a little over $1 million, and then of course your reimbursements that you'll file for the balance of your grant for your stormwater project. You're just really getting started on the construction side of it. So that is the majority of that $2 million grant is still out there. You haven't been able to ask for any reimbursement just on the engineering of that project. And then pretty much that would close those that you'd ask our firm to assist you with.
Okay, so you've been able to clean up we've gotten about what, 15 million in this year in reimbursements,
Well,
so.
Yeah, just in May and June, yes, that's correct. During the whole year, I would have to look, it's higher than that, but just in May and June alone, it was $15 million.
All right, well, thank you for bird dogging that, Deborah.
Oh, it's been a pleasure.
Any other
It's been
questions
a
for
pleasure.
Deborah? Cash is king, right, Doug? Thank you, Deborah.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay.
Are we on to the regular?
Yeah, now we're on the regular one. All right. So go ahead.
All right, so the next agenda item,
Deborah here?
is Deb here? That's our.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. All right. So this agenda item started from a homeowner inquiry with me that I needed to meet with Deb about. And the homeowner was concerned about having to get a V-zone certification or an elevation certification for a deck replacement, et cetera. And when we started digging into the V-zone certification, which I didn't understand a lot, Deb and I started having a much longer conversation about the National Federal Flood Insurance Program, the NFIP. And that led to wanting to have this conversation where Deb and Brady can explain to us more about what she has done to get the town a certain level of certification, how that affects us as homeowners, and just general information that I know I was lacking, but the detailed conversation has resulted in this presentation, and I hope it's informational for everybody out there listening and in the audience, because Deb has really worked hard to get us a certification that helps us as a town. And while I think we were aware of that, I'm not sure that we were aware of all the benefits from it. So Deb, thank you for putting this presentation together. Brady, thanks for helping Deb. I appreciate your digging into it and getting us these slides so that we can explain this to the homeowners better. Thank you.
Deb, microphone, please.
There you go. All right. Is that good? Everybody can hear me good? Okay. It's gonna. I can't move it. It won't move. And you can't. There you go. Thanks. There you go. The purpose of this presentation is to support the Board of Aldermen in recognizing the importance of floodplain management and to encourage continued efforts to strengthen the town's participation in NFIP and CRS programs. The presentation objectives are to describe how the Board of Aldermen and floodplain managers can support the town's citizens through the NFIP and CRS. Identify the impacts that the town's budget choices have on response and recovery to future disaster. Describe the importance of enforcing floodplain management ordinances. Know the benefits of NFIP's higher standards and the community rating system, CRS. And bring your attention to the final report of the President's Council to assess the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which was released on May the 7th of 2026. If you haven't had a chance to read that at your leisure, I would certainly encourage each of you, as I will the planning board members, to read that document carefully. Okay. Oh, we got, sorry. Coordination.
So, starting off, the purpose of the National Flood Insurance Program, also known as the NFIP. The NFIP was created in 1968 by Congress to provide flood insurance coverage, reduce flood damage through floodplain management, share the risk of flood loss, and support recovery and resiliency. The Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, is the official codification of the general and permanent rules issued by the U.S. federal agencies and departments. 44 CFR 60.3 establishes minimum floodplain management standards for communities participating in the National Flood Insurance Program, ensuring development in flood-prone areas is reasonably safe from flooding. There are more than 22,000 NFIP participating communities.
The benefits of NFIP participation, and of course, I want to emphasize that it's voluntary. The town does not have to participate. You'll probably hear that more than once through this presentation. Some of the benefits are NFIP flood insurance, safer damage resistant development, grants and loans, faster recovery with more financial support.
So why is flood insurance important? On average, flood insurance payouts are better than disaster assistance. The differences between flood insurance and federal disaster assistance include average flood insurance claim payment from 2017 to 2022 was $75,000. Disaster assistance requires a presidential disaster declaration, which is uncommon. Most assistance comes as a loan that must be repaid with interest. Meanwhile, federal disaster assistance often comes as a small business administration loan or FEMA disaster grant. Between 2017 and 2022, the average individual and household program housing assistance award was about $4,000 per household, which was during the presidentially declared disaster. Flood insurance policies are often in all flood zones. Renters can get contents covered. Flood insurance payouts are sent quicker than disaster assistance funding. And flood insurance is a regular investment that property owners and renters can make that does not require repayment or create a debt burden.
So the national NFIP claims between 1980 and 2025, 88, see if I can get this number right, being the non-mathematician that I am, 88 billion. There you go. I was going to say, Charlie. Thank you. 88 billion, 876 million, 707,541 dollars and 40 cents. The number of claims that were paid were 2,656. For Onslow County NFIP claims, they didn't have it for North Topsail Beach, but they had the information available for the county. So for the NFIP claims paid in the county between that same period, 1980 and 2025, were $70,654,928.34. The number of claims that were paid during that same time frame were 3,089 paid.
All right, so now we're going to get to roles and responsibilities, and we're going to start with the federal government's responsibilities in the NFIP. So FEMA has federal responsibilities. FEMA and the federal government must make flood hazard maps and products to help communities understand flood risk and regulate floodplain development. They provide mitigation planning and technical assistance. They set minimum floodplain development standards for local communities, offer access to federal flood insurance, distribute federal funding, and ensure communities enforce their NFIP program.
Thank you. For federal responsibilities continue. They provide mitigation planning and technical assistance. The Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 requires that after November of 2004, I got here in 2006. There's a story behind this. Communities must have a FEMA-approved mitigation plan in place to receive hazard mitigation grant program funding or funding for projects under the new disaster mitigation program. This plan is updated every 5 years. And on March the 4th, 2026 of this year, the Board of Aldermen, you may remember, approved the resolution to adopt the Southeastern North Carolina Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan, and the plan was approved by FEMA just recently on April the 1st, 2026. So we are up to date on our hazard mitigation plan, and keep in mind, that is a requirement before you receive any funding from FEMA for hazard mitigation.
So to touch back on what was said before about the President's Council to assess the FEMA. So the President's Council to assess the FEMA, which was established by Executive Order 14180 in January of 2025 and released its final report on May 7th, 2026. So this recommendation reflects a broader policy direction that emphasizes a greater role for states and local communities in disaster management. Even before any legislation moves forward, the report's direction carries important signals for local government preparedness. So just to touch base again, I would recommend getting in the document, just having a brief understanding of what may be going forward.
Okay. So the state responsibilities in the NFIP support NFIP communities by providing enabling land use authority, setting higher standards, providing technical. Oh, I'm sorry. Do what?
With the remote.
Oh, sorry.
We're operating two different ones here.
Sorry. He's been doing that for me, and he didn't do it that time, and he caught me. Sorry. I got.
You got to use the
I got
remote.
spoiled.
You got to use the remote in your
Oh,
other
shoot.
hand. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. How long was I good for? For like a minute? Sorry about that.
Next one. There we go. All right.
I can walk and chew gum at the same time, just not today. State responsibilities in NFIP, and these are for our NFIP people that work for North Carolina Department of Public Safety, Division of Emergency Management. The head of the department is the state coordinator for NFIP, and then our immediate point of contact is the Eastern Planner. And we simply could not do our jobs to the level that we do without their support. And the support by NFIP communities, they provide enabling land use authority, setting higher standards, providing technical assistance, managing their own mapping program through a cooperative agreement with FEMA. It says optional. It's optional for all the states. It just so happens that our state does provide those mapping services, supporting FEMA in monitoring community NFIP compliance. All right, see if I can get it this time. That's mine. I guess I should do yours first. There we go.
Perfect. All right, down to the local community responsibilities of the NFIP. So, the town is responsible for effective implementation of NFIP by adopting local floodplain management ordinances that meet or exceed state laws and NFIP minimum development standards, enforcing local flood ordinances consistently, completing substantial damage, substantial improvement assessments and determinations, promoting proactive floodplain management, and evaluating and mitigating flood risk by adopting higher standards, and working with FEMA to ensure accurate, updated flood hazard information.
Okay.
There we go.
So this one is a little long, and so please bear with me, but it is very important. This is something that I never want the town of North Topsail Beach to go through, ever. There was a county in Florida that went through it, I think, after Florence, and it was extremely painful and extremely expensive for the property owners and for the county. The effects of suspension or non-participation in the NFIP, remember I said it was voluntary? Well, this is what happens if you don't. The National Flood Insurance is a voluntary program. A community has the right to choose whether or not they participate in NFIP and regulate development within flood-prone areas designed by FEMA. However, the federal government will not support development in these areas, in these hazardous areas, through federal programs if a community chooses not to participate. Federal law imposes certain restrictions on federal and federally funded, federally assisted financing with flood hazard areas in non-participating communities. State restrictions on hazard mitigation, grants, and disaster assistance also apply. For flood insurance is not available in non-participating NFIP communities. Existing policies cannot be renewed and are canceled after the policy term. Federally backed mortgages are not available for properties in the special flood hazard areas. That includes VA, Fannie Mae, federal state funding, no federal grants, loans, mortgage insurance of SFHA properties, and no state disaster assistance after flood events. Disaster assistance, there's no federal disaster aid for repair or rebuilding of insurable SFHA buildings after flood-related presidential disasters. Conventional loans are allowed in SFHAs at lender discretion, but require disclosure that the property is in a flood hazard area and may be ineligible for federal disaster assistance. Flood insurance rate map rules and the North Carolina building code flood standards apply in the SFHAs regardless of whether you participate in the NFIP or not. Ignoring them can make properties difficult to insure or finance. So if you wonder why we are so tenacious and bullheaded and people complain about developing North Topsail Beach, this is why. Okay? Liability, non-participation, or weak regulation can expose local governments to liability due to increased risk, lack of insurance access, and failure to reduce known hazards. If a development worsens flood risk, the community must correct the hazard to maximum extent possible before NFIP eligibility can be restored.
So your point there is we never want to lose our certification,
We
correct? Okay.
never. Oh, thank you. It takes a village. All right.
All right. Going into benefits of the floodplain management, promotes economic growth, increases community resiliency, improves the water quality, protects wildlife habitats, and maintains natural flood storage. How important it is, yes.
Down it. Oh, because I got it backwards. Sorry. The flood damage prevention ordinance, which is on your agenda after we finish this presentation, also called flood or floodplain ordinances or local floodplain regulations. The authority is granted by state statute. It's adopted and enforced by local communities. The town's flood prevention and flood prevention and damage ordinance. Flood prevention damage ordinance, leave the end out. We read this like 5 times and missed that. Is codified in Article 7 of the UDO. It helps keep the community safe from flooding, protect public infrastructure, and reduce the cost of recovery. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. There we go.
All right, so to talk a little bit about Deb and I, here are our responsibilities as floodplain administrators. So as the floodplain administrators for North Topsail Beach, we review proposed floodplain development for compliance with local floodplain regulations. We review and issue or deny permits for floodplain development, inspect development to ensure compliance. We keep adequate records of development in floodplains in perpetuity, and we coordinate with other community departments to ensure community projects comply with the floodplain regulations. And just one note to put out there, development is where we have to look at things with permits. And what we define as development is any human-made change to improve or unimprove real estate, including but not limited to buildings or other structures, mining, dredging, filling, grading, paving, excavation or drilling operations, or storage of equipment or materials. So it's pretty large encompassing on what we have to take a look at.
Here's the relationship of building inspections department and the planning department, and how the building inspectors and planners dovetail together. So core objectives of building code floodplain management: protect lives, ensure safety and health, promote accessibility and inclusivity, support disaster resilience, provide uniform standards, protect the environment. The NFIP regulations, 44 Code of Federal, I always say register, parts 59 and 60, and the local floodplain management regulations, or the International Building Code, which is adopted as the North Carolina Building Codes, Appendix G, go into the building code, and also into the building code goes the American Society of Civil Engineers, Structural Engineering Institute 7, minimum design loads and associated criteria for buildings and other structures. That's all in one title. And the second one is the ASCE, same as the first one, Structural Engineering Institute number 24, contains the flood resistant design and construction. Both the ASCE 7 and the ASCE 24 are referenced in the North Carolina Building Code, as well as in the FEMA NFIP technical bulletins that we refer to for more technical detail than what would be provided in the ordinance. Okay, and whoop, here we go. And
So, compliance begins with submitting a permit application. So, permits for development are required by the NFIP, the NC Building Code, and the town's UDO to ensure safety, legal compliance, and proper oversight of construction, renovations, and other regulated activities. In addition to reviewing the application for code compliance, the floodplain administrator is responsible for conducting substantial damage, substantial improvement determinations, which is if the cost of improvement is equal to or higher than 50% of the market value of the structure must meet the requirements for new construction. So it does play a big deal when there is damage, or if someone wants to go into an older structure and renovate, you really have to keep an understanding of the amount of money putting it in, whereas you could keep on the older standards versus bringing the whole structure up to all the current floodplain regulations, building code regulations, zoning regulations, and even CAMA. So there's that.
An example of that would be that if your house was grandfathered at the elevation that it was at the time that it was built, and it went over the 50% threshold and you did not meet that current elevation, you would be required to elevate your structure up to the base flood elevation plus 2 feet. So, all right. Now, before we get into this, we're getting into the sweet spot here. Good news and bad news. So I think all the board members have a handout. Is there anybody here that has property in the Cobra zone? My oh, my playing board is on the Cobra. Oh my God. And if there's anybody else that would like a sheet, raise your hand and Brady will hand it to you. So the CRS program with flood insurance discounts. So this is what the town receives. The whole purpose of us doing this, of course, the number one priority is to protect lives and protect property. What we get for those higher standards and doing that additional work is discounts through the CRS program. And communities get CRS credits for applying higher standards, mitigation actions, and outreach activities. CRS credits lead to flood insurance premium savings. All NFIP insured structures receive discounts. If you have property in a policy with NFIP, check with your flood insurance agent. Ask them if you're getting that 25% discount. If you are not, please contact us.
Deb, just real quick, because I was going to ask you a question at the end. I'm in a Cobra zone.
Yes.
So I can get the discount in a Cobra zone? Because
No.
usually NFIP is non-Cobra.
NFIP is available for non-Cobra if a structure was built prior to the establishment of Cobra, and we've got like 2 or 3 establishment dates now. They changed further to the north,
Okay.
but the first one was adopted, I think, in 1987. No, that's flood map. Sorry, 1983. Sorry.
But the insurance discount does not, because you just said something about a handout. I'm trying to find the one you gave me. Does not apply to Cobra zones,
It
correct?
does not apply to Cobra zone, but unless the structure was built prior to that establishment date of Cobra, we do have several grandfathered policies.
Okay, that was my question.
If they let that policy lapse, they would be in jeopardy of losing that policy. Unfortunately, as we voluntarily participate in the NFIP program, we still have, even though you don't get the benefits of the CRS discount, we still have to apply those same higher standards that the town has adopted through the flood regulations. So, but as a whole, the town benefits, and we'll go into that.
That was my question. Thanks, Deb.
Yep. All right.
Upside down again. There you go.
I don't think I finished that though, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. There you go.
All right, what are the benefits of higher standards? So, to name a few, less damage from flooding and faster recovery, more affordable flood insurance, safer place to live, and economic growth. And then a little note on the side, just 1 inch of water can cause $25,000 of damage in your home. That is crazy.
Some of the higher standards are freeboard, and I mentioned it earlier, BFE, base flood elevation. The town's adopted a 2-foot freeboard, and we've had a 2-foot freeboard since 2000. Restrictions on fill, no rise requirements for entire floodplain, and open space preservation.
So this community radio system does require maintenance, and in order to maintain our participation, we do have to be recertified by ensuring that we are doing our accredited activities. And we get audited every year and recertified every 3 to 5 years.
Okay, so with the CRS, Jesus. So the CRS classes and their discounts go from 9 to 1. Each CRS class earns an additional 5% discount on flood insurance premiums. Class 1 communities receive the highest discount. That's my goal one day, is for North Thompson Beach to be a Class 1. Okay. There you go.
So if you'll look at these two images, on the left shows North Carolina CRS participation. You can see there are 97 communities in the state that are in the CRS program. Out of those 97, we are ranked number 5. Which we share that level with 11 other communities, and we are only outranked by one other municipality, and that is Charlotte. So that's the goal, to surpass them one day. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see North Topsail Beach is shown. Again, we are Class 5. The PIF is policies in force, which is 1,051 total policies, and premiums that go up to total premiums of $685,931. As of October 24 of 2024, the average cost of an NFIP policy in North Topsail Beach is $652.64.
And I want to go back to so that's our certificate that we received from FEMA when we achieved the ISO rating of 5. And if you have any questions about your flood insurance or your structure, please contact either Brady or myself, and we'll set up an appointment and go through your elevation certificate, probably do an on-site inspection to see how we can help you on your flood insurance.
I'm gonna let Laura close. Anybody got any questions? Just one quick one, that, only because you brought up something before and I was watching the landfill stuff. I've seen on the elevation and what we're trying to do to protect stuff, I've seen contractors come in and dump dirt to raise so that the 48-foot looks to be on top of the dirt, right? It's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be at the base level, right? If I come in and put 8 inches of fill, is it 8 inches plus 48 feet, or is it 48 feet from the bottom of the 8 inches?
It's measured from the top of the concrete slab to the peak of the roof. So they can bring in 2 feet of fill, and the fill and the concrete, but the fill is non-structural fill, and the roof height is measured from the top of the concrete slab,
Okay,
which is limited to 4 inches.
So, Deb, thanks for the presentation, Brady. So to wrap back up as to how this started for me, which was a homeowner inquiry about a deck needing to have a V-zone certification. Well, one of the reasons we have V-zone certifications is we participate in this NFIP program. And we have, the town has decided, which benefits us all, because you just saw before with Deborah Mack how much money we're getting back with FEMA, that we have to keep this FEMA certification. So on the flip side, if you're doing something at your house, sometimes you might have to get another, inspection, another cert like this V-Zone cert, but it keeps us in the NFIP program, which then keeps us getting the discount. So if we're at a level 5, the ISO 5, that gives us a 25% discount on our flood premiums. So I think the full circle message to people who are building or making renovations is we might have higher standards in the town, but overall, they are bringing back significant money via FEMA and also in our savings in insurance premiums. And Deb, I'm not sure everybody really, appreciated before that you getting us the level 5 standard, what that meant for the town. So I want to thank you guys for getting us to that level, keeping us there, and then just hit the board over the head if we really don't understand some of these things, because it gets detailed when you're doing these programs between organizations. But thank you so much, because the state standards, the community standards play into what the FEMA standards are. Yep. And while an individual might be going, but I don't know what this V-Zone cert is for my particular deck, if you understand the broader picture, these higher standards are helping the entire community. So thank you again.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you need from us? Because what you've got is, you've got the certification, you've got where you want.
Right.
And so this is basically to educate us, correct?
It is when back in, I think it was between 2010, 2015, we had been a 7 when I had gotten here. And so I got it in my head that I wanted us to be a 5.
Right.
And we had scored enough points to actually, when I went through every single activity and claimed every single point that I could, it was like looking through the couch for change down in the sofa seats. And we had like 1,330 points, which was enough to be a class 3. And so each time that I go through this, what's held me up is there's a 5 and a 4 and a 3. So I'm confident that we could go back and get those points for a 3. The problem is I couldn't crack the code on 4, which is stormwater. And that stormwater, that's why you see 11 that are 5s, and then you've got Charlotte, who's evidently cracked the code, and they're a 4. And so as we continue these stormwater projects and we're documenting, a lot of it is all of us working together in between the board and the planning board and management and staff, that we're aware of all these other activities that would normally be outside of our day-to-day permits and inspection thing, to where that when we go through an audit, we can take credit for the work that we have done. That's a big part of it. And so I think it's very realistic that we could be a 3. So
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I just had one last closing thing. I called a couple of the insurance brokers around town, and they were unfamiliar with our classification as a 5 and unsure whether we were getting the discount as we should. So I am going to make it my mission to visit with 3 or 4 of the local insurance brokerages to make sure they have Deb's presentation and they understand how to look up our community's rating of a 5 to make sure they are offering their customers the discount that we're due. So thanks again, Deb.
thank you.
All right, so moving on. Deb, I think it's you again, you guys again. Are we having a public hearing on this, or is just a text? So we have a public hearing?
This is a public hearing.
The next two items have
Public
been
hearing.
advertised for public hearings.
Okay. So should we open the public hearing or have her make the presentation first?
If we could get a motion to open the public hearing.
Okay. Do I have a motion to open a public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we have a public hearing. Deb?
Okay, and
So following that wonderful presentation, we're going to be looking at the FEMA NFIP, the proposed amendments for Article 7 flood regulations and the definitions that follow that in Article 11. Summary of it. Planning Department staff has drafted updates for the town's Unified Development Ordinance, Article 7 Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, and Article 11.02 definitions, which is pursuant to the 2026 coastal model provided by the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, Emergency Management / Hazard Mitigation section. At the Planning Board's regular meeting on June 11th, 2026, Ms. Brown made a motion that the Planning Board recommends the Board of Aldermen adoption of the amendments to Article 7 based on the language that is required by NFIP, along with any changes or clarifications required after the review by the NFIP planner. Ms. Ward seconded the motion. The motion passed unanimously. Ms. Brown made a motion to amend the motion to include adopting Section 11, which is the definitions. Ms. Ward seconded the motion. The motion passed unanimously. North Carolina Department of Public Safety, Emergency Management, Hazard Mitigation, Eastern Planner, Aaron Futrell, has reviewed and provided edits which have been incorporated in the final drafts attached. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160D 601, notice of public hearing was published in the Jacksonville Daily News on Saturday, 6/13/2026, and then again Saturday, 6/20/2026. It was posted on the Sunshine List, on the town's website, and was posted on the town's message board. The specific actions requested: number 1, that the board conducts a public hearing to receive public comment on the proposed text amendments to the Town of North Topsail Beach's Unified Development Ordinance, Article 7, Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, and Article 11.02 definitions, and that the board adopts the proposed text amendments as recommended by the Planning Board.
Okay, and I just want to highlight 3 major changes in this update, and one was the
Non-encroachment agreement.
non-enclosure
Enclosure, yeah.
non-conversion agreement. So before somebody builds a house, they sign a non-conversion agreement stating that they're not going to convert that ground level to habitable space. They're not supposed to do it anyway, but by having them do a non-conversion agreement and recording it, whenever somebody does a title search, they're going to have it. There's not going to be an excuse for them going in and doing it. And then it also gives us the authority that we may inspect annually to ensure that that structure's not been enclosed. That's a lot of work, but it's also extra points on CRS. That's one. And then 2, I'm trying to think of these off the hand. What was it that the board asked? That was the non-enclosure, right?
And the mobile homes.
Rogers Bay. I knew about Rogers Bay. I was thinking that there was a third one. So on the North Carolina coastal model that was provided by the state, their proposed language was to that no recreational vehicles were allowed in the special flood hazard area, which included V zone as well as coastal AE zone. They came up with a planning board, and that would have devastated the 2, Rogers Bay number 1, and then we have another one, Surf City, family RV or family campground, right?
The misnamed Surf City
That's
campground
right.
that's in North Topsail Beach.
That's all right. That's all right. It's a precursor to whenever North Topsail Beach takes over Surf City, but that's okay. But if we would have proposed that, and if you would have adopted that, I would imagine the property value for Rogers Bay Campground would go to 0, and people that have invested in that does provide, and I'm going to say affordable, although there's a couple of RVs in there that they are worth more than what my house was when I bought it.
But those are legacy people that have been there for a long time too, right? For the most part, there's
people
people that have been there for a long time.
There are people that have been there for a long time, and granted, there are some compliance issues that we continue to work with Rogers Bay on, but to adopt no RVs within the special flood hazard area is just, it's severe, and it would affect a lot of people. So I went back to the NFIP planner and I said, this, how can we fix this? And so after we looked and confirmed that Rogers Bay Campground is in an A zone, because we have V-zone construction standards that apply throughout the SFHA. Both Rogers Bay as well as Surf City Family Campground are in a flood zone. So we changed the language from the SFHA to specifically that RVs are prohibited in the V zone. So we're all right. So that's one. And the other one, what was it that we didn't want to do, and Aaron said that we should do? Was that the? Oh, I know what it was. There was one several years ago. I got a phone call from the NFIP coordinator in Raleigh, and he asked me, he says, Deb, you're letting them climatize that ground floor enclosure? And I said, well, there's nothing in the ordinance that restricts it. As long as their ventilation and everything, all mechanical and electrical is elevated 2 feet above BFE, I don't have anything that says that they can't do that. And I think that there was a presumption from the state that you don't allow it. And I was like, well, show me where it says you don't allow it. And so they've caught up to us on that. And that ground floor enclosure may not be climatized. No AC, no heating. So it's going to be ground floor enclosure, parking storage access only, which really kind of dissuades people from converting it to habitable space, hopefully, unless they do it without permits. But
Deb, they can run dehumidifiers and things there, right?
You can absolutely run dehumidifiers. There's also...
It's really about making it a regular, like a bedroom or a living room or a thing like that, because everything's
That's
gotta be,
correct.
when I built mine, everything's gotta be blowout down there. You
That's
can't
right.
have it, you can't have
100%.
it enclosed.
That's right.
Fixed enclosed, correct?
And we do have an incredible problem with that, and the only thing that you have to do is go to VRBO, look at the pictures, and we can see the ones that are in violation. We just recently dealt with one that was the same way. So then the question comes, well, Deb, if the board adopts this and this flood ordinance becomes effective today, do I have to tear out my AC? Whatever you were permitted for is, and I don't like the term grandfathered, but the term is that it's legal non-conforming. In the event that you're, God forbid that the walls broke out and you lost whatever was down there and you were going back to do repairs, we would not be able to allow you to put things back the way that they were. But if you have a permit
Is
for
that
it,
similar to the 50% type of thing, where basically you have to become conforming now that you've lost that space, is what you're telling us?
that's right. Right, exactly. So those are the three major ones. And I think that the president from Rogers Bay Property Owners Association is here with us. So I reached out to them to let them know, the impact and what we were, trying to work out to where that this wouldn't devalue their property. Okay.
Do we have any, can we get, and I was gonna get comments first, but if you got a question, go ahead.
As far as the RVs go, outside of those zones, are we also talking about, I know several people that have RVs that they just park in their driveways, but they're not living in them, they go on vacations. How does that work?
I'm not sure. We've run into that situation again and again and again. And so if someone has a house, the problem that I would have is if they had an RV in their driveway and they were renting their RV out through VRBO, something like that. To me, if someone's parking their RV there, I don't have any specific guidance. I mean, I kind of treat that as personal property. I might have to reach back out to NFIP. That question has come up even when, I think we said RVs have to be in an existing RV park, right? So if I have a house here and I bought an RV, like the former mayor that goes, cross country, am I going to tell somebody, no, you can't have an RV? If that's the intent, then somebody needs to put that explicitly in writing, because I've seen those differently.
I think it's a discretion thing, because it could be, I've seen people take pickup trucks and put the little camper on the back of it. Is that technically an RV? So, all right, so do we have anybody signed up to comment on this? Okay. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to
I
close.
would, before we close the public hearing, I would just open it up if there's any comments, period.
That's what I guess that's just what I asked.
There was,
If somebody wants to comment?
Does Roger Bay want to comment?
That's what I was just asking for. I didn't hear anybody. That's fine.
The rules, you have to come up to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
And name and address.
Okay, my name is Carol Bowden. I am the president of Rogers Bay Property Owners Association. And these two are jewels. Let me tell you, I was president a few years ago, and like an idiot, got talked back into it in October. But in all honesty, they are my guide in everything that we do, and we do want to preserve Rogers Bay as what I tell everyone, it's a little slice of paradise down here. And it's an opportunity for people to continue the campground facility. And so in what you're doing and what they've done with this language, that does allow us to keep going and not destroy what so many of us get to come down here and enjoy. And what a great meeting. I was a clerk to the board in Wayne County, and I love how you guys run your board.
Thank you.
I'm going to send a video back to my old board.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway.
All right, so do I have
Thank
a
you.
motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public
Do I
hearing.
hear a second?
a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So now we need a motion to approve the proposed text amendments as recommended by the planning board. Do I hear a motion to do so?
Mayor, I request a motion to approve the text amendment to the flood damage prevention ordinance UDO Articles 7 and 11 as recommended by the planning board.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any other discussion?
Yes. I would really like to thank you because, as you know, I am always on the lookout for government overreach. And I think that what you have to serve under could really end up being a lot of government overreach. But I see that you two really work hard to ensure property owner rights, and that it's not completely black and white, that you look at the human aspect of it. And I don't think everybody would, but I really appreciate your department. Thank you.
All right, all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Excellent, thank you very much. Thanks a
Deb.
great job. All right, moving on, we now
Real
have,
quick, before you guys leave, you said your stormwater was one of the big issues, getting us from 5 to a better rating.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything, I know we've got the stormwater contract going on down there at the fire department, and we're looking at the park. Is there any other major issues that we could help to get you where you want to be?
We're going to take a look at that because there's, I think, 19 activities altogether, and each one of those 19 activities breaks, and that's kind of a misnomer because there's several activities, things that you do underneath those activities. And so we're going to go through and with a fine-tooth comb and say, do we do this already? Can we do this? What is just impossible? And the things that we need help on to get over that threshold, we will certainly come back through the planning board and ask for help.
Definitely what we want. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Sir?
So I would say probably the answer will be a version of a four-letter word called a stormwater utility formation. It has its own independent revenue source, and it would go to potentially fund improvements, maintenance of, if you have a stormwater system, maintenance of the system. And it can be, I mean, you can scale it to variations of size, but I would submit Charlotte's done that. And I would say communities, we had it in my last permanent position in Monroe, we had a stormwater utility. And we did about $1.5–2 million worth of improvements a year. Some in terms of installing new infrastructure, but a lot of maintenance activities, if you will, restoring, improving.
Excellent. So, moving on, Deb, we've got another one, we've got another public hearing as well, correct, Deb?
Yes, sir.
All right, do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I make a motion to open the public hearing for
Do
the
I hear a
text
second?
amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Deb?
Thank you. Map control procedures are established to ensure the integrity of the official zoning map and to prevent any unauthorized zoning changes. Onslow County GIS will accept amendments to the town zoning map only when submitted by the town through duly adopted ordinances that are signed by the mayor and certified by the town clerk. Onslow County GIS will not accept zoning map change requests directly from applicants or any third parties. No unauthorized individual is permitted to alter, amend, or otherwise modify the official zoning map. The proposed ordinance would amend the UDO to designate the official zoning map in electronic GIS geodatabase format using the Onslow County GIS-based map as the town's zoning map of record. North Carolina law allows zoning maps to be maintained in digital format if approved by the local government and kept available for public inspection. The amendment is intended to modernize map administration, improve accessibility, and clarify that archived paper maps are retained only for historical reference. The draft also identifies the planning director as the zoning map administrator, provides for maintenance of the authoritative electronic map in coordination with Onslow County GIS, establishes how adopted map amendments will be incorporated, and states that the Board of Aldermen retains sole legislative authority over zoning map designation and amendments. Consistency and reasonableness, the proposed text change is reasonable and in the public interest because it improves the administration and acceptability of the zoning map without changing underlying zoning districts through this ordinance. It is consistent with the town's adopted land use policies and with the North Carolina general statutes permitting zoning maps in digital format. At the Planning Board's regular meeting on June 11th, 2026, Ms. Ward made a motion to recommend to the Board of Aldermen to amend the ordinance to establish the official zoning map in electronic GIS geodatabase format. Ms. Brown seconded the motion. The motion passed unanimously. The requested action is that the Board conducts a public hearing to receive public input on the proposed text amendments to Article 3 and 3.03 official zoning map, and 2, that the Board adopts the proposed text amendments as recommended by the Planning Board. And attached in your package is the proposed ordinance amending the UDO to establish the official zoning map in electronic GIS geodatabase format.
Alexa, do we have anybody signed up?
I had no signups.
Do we have anybody that would like to speak on this? Motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do I hear a motion? You want to make a motion to approve it?
Mayor, I request that we approve a motion to approve the consistency and reasonableness statement and the proposed text amendment to establish the official zoning map in electronic GIS geodatabase format.
Do I hear a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Deb.
Deb, one question. Deb, so for people to look up that map, will we have a link from our webpage or they go to Onslow County webpage?
I believe that we have a link to Onslow County GIS on our website.
Okay.
We should, Yeah, we should.
I'll always just hit Onslow County GIS and it pops right
You
up.
can either
I
go
use it all
directly
the
or we
time.
should have a link,
Link
but,
from
but
our-
that becomes
our
the
webpage.
official.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
Issue we talked about before, when you said the maps would go around this room, correct? If we tried to do the paper maps. Thanks, Deb. All right, motion to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, no, we have the roadway
Oh, I'm
pavement.
sorry.
We have one more item. We
right.
have
Sorry.
item F, Town Roadway Pavement Condition Assessment.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Public Works Department initiated a pavement condition survey in order to establish a baseline assessment of the town's roadways network and provide data-driven information to support future maintenance planning, budgeting, and infrastructure management decisions. Historically, roadway maintenance decisions have often been driven by immediate operational needs, resident concerns, and visible pavement failures. While this approach allows the town to respond to urgent issues, pavement management practices emphasize the importance of routine condition assessments, preventative maintenance strategies to extend roadway life and reduce long-term costs. To support this effort, the town engaged pavement navigators to perform a comprehensive pavement condition survey on all town-maintained roadways. The assessment evaluated approximately 7.8 centerline miles of asphalt roadway using FHA long-term pavement performance standards and methods. So the purpose, we established measurable conditions for our roadways and assets, identified current deficiencies and maintenance needs, prioritized future roadway maintenance strategies, and supported long-range budget planning and objective data for future infrastructure and investment decisions. To present those findings, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Steve Lander, who conducted the assessment.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Chris. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be able to present the pavement condition survey results and recommendations. It's really awesome. You guys are my first municipal client with the new company. Company started back in October of last year. It's my first municipal client, but not the first time I've worked for municipal government. I've done over 160 pavement condition surveys, and I have been in pavement management for the last 2 decades. So strangely enough, I really enjoy what I do. So I'll move on with the presentation here. What you're seeing here is the pavement management blueprint, and this is what we represent and what we do for our clients. These are what we believe to be successful components of a successful program. You know, it starts with a plan, right? Any good endeavor starts with a plan, and everything else comes off of that plan. And that's kind of what we're doing here today, right? We're talking about this large asset that the town owns, and how do we maintain it in the best condition. I'm going to talk about the pavement condition survey and the results. Life cycle modeling is needed if you need more horsepower into the future with 7.8 miles. Not always needed, but could be used to be able to forecast into the future. The maintenance toolbox I'm going to talk about, moving away from a worse first strategy towards using treatments that are earlier on in the deterioration curve, putting together concise bid documents, taking what we've done in the field and in the office, bringing it out, putting together concise documents, and also full-time construction inspection. And I want to add here that I am teamed with a company called Summit, and they provide the horsepower for the bid documents and the construction inspection. Construction history is something that is lacking in most municipalities. When we do a treatment, how long did it last? When did we do it? What were the conditions? Are we getting what we expected? And to keep track of that is really important. So when we move forward with our plan, that we know to either we need to change a treatment or maybe we need to move away from a treatment based on our own history. And then coordinating utilities with the pavement is really important. And I can make a statement that nobody ever contests, is that nobody likes a cut and brand new asphalt. So this is what we offer, and we provide guidance on to our municipal clients. All righty, let's talk about planning real quick. So what is planning? It's basically establishing what is it that we want the streets to look like? Are we okay with where we're at? So establishing a vision, setting goals, what's the level of service that we need? And then it's going to require a certain amount of funding. And it's also probably going to include broadening the maintenance toolbox, including different maintenance strategies. And again, it's about the outcomes, right? We want to make sure that we're maintaining the roads at the highest level of service for the least cost. And these processes will help us do that. So, it's what does very good look like? And these are the condition states of a pavement condition survey. So in your packets and in the report, you'll see these pictures of town roads at the various different conditions. So the first one is a very good street. Then moving down, we have a good street, right? It's got a little more surface wear, but it's a good street. Then we have fair, where we have a little more cracking. And we move on to our poor streets. This is your 26 to 65. And there were a few of those. And then there are what we call poor streets. And we did not record any poor streets, which is good. What we're seeing here is base failure, and we didn't see a whole lot of base failure. So the streets were built well. Whether there's stone under them or not, that's probably left to be determined, but what's there seems to be working really well over time. Moving on to our pavement condition survey. It's like what Chris said, the town maintains 7.8 miles of road. We completed the pavement condition survey back in April, and we look at 7 distresses from the long-term pavement performance rating methodology, and we collect severity and extent. So how bad the distress is and how much. And I could go into details on each one of these things, but I know you'll be glad that I'm not going to do that here today. So the findings is that the PCI, that pavement condition index, which is an overall health index, the town streets are at a 70, which puts the network in fair condition, right smack dab in the middle of the fair. And there's a current backlog, if you were to fix everything at one time, of about $1.1 million. And if you look at the table to the right, you see where North Topsail Beach fits in with other North Carolina municipalities with mileage and with the PCI score.
I'm sorry, just real quick. So
yes,
go back to the slide with that on it. So current, would you go into a little bit what you mean by current backlog?
Yeah,
that's to bring our streets up to a certain condition that are poor?
No, what it is so not every street that has distress on it needs maintenance.
Right.
So this would be for everything that triggers a maintenance activity, that's how much it would cost to fix everything. So typically if you were to fix everything in the backlog, it would probably bring the PCI, that pavement condition index score, up to in the high 80s or the low 90s. But no one typically does that.
Is that because they phase it in?
Yes, that's correct.
And then just get into a routine plan, is that?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yep. All right, so what's at stake, right? So there's about 95,000 square yards of pavement. To reconstruct the pavement at the unit cost that we have is $60 a square yard. So you're looking at roughly about $6 million in roadway assets. So it's a pretty big asset, probably one of the largest owned by the town, and we certainly want to maintain it. So that's what's at stake. All right, let's talk about maintenance toolbox. So what you see here, this is a standard deterioration curve for pavement. And on the left axis, you see 0 to 100. And I should have added that this is the pavement condition survey index. So 0 is the worst, 100 is the best. And there are treatments that we can apply all along the deterioration curve. Most municipalities operate here. And so usually you're spending the most amount of money for the worst level of service. We want to be up at the top, highest level of service for the least cost. So this is just how we made decisions when we decide when to do certain treatments. And to go through it quickly here, the top left is our rejuvenators, and it's an asphalt-based treatment that actually puts back a part of the asphalt that dissipates when you make the asphalt and when you put it down. We've all seen the white smoke come off of the asphalt. Those are maltines. This process puts the maltines back into the pavement, actually penetrates the asphalt up to half an inch, and it goes down pink. Usually within a few hours, it gets into the pavement. By the next day, you can't tell that they were there. But
Is that
it
what we used to
actually
call
works.
slurry seal?
No, this is before the next slide. The microsurfacing is that's similar to slurry.
Okay.
But this is before. This is kind of like changing the oil on a vehicle, right? This is and you can do 2 applications of this. It'll extend the life with 2 applications up to 9 years. So moving along, and as we move to the right and down, it gets more expensive. So this is microsurfacing, where you have more cracking, and you're doing crack sealing, you're patching any fatigue areas, any failure base, and then you're putting a thin treatment to protect the surface. Down lower left, rehabilitations, where you're usually milling out the asphalt, fixing the base, and then coming back with new asphalt. And then reconstruction, this is when a road has totally failed, the base is not worth salvaging, and you grind up the asphalt, the stone, the sub base, you put a determined amount of cement in it with water, and it sets up like concrete. You pave on it, and you have a new pavement structure. So what we're going to talk about here, and so John Arnold, who's not on the call with me from Summit, we both rated the roads together, and we just thought this is a community that could really benefit from chip seal. And so we're going to talk a little bit about chip seal in a couple slides here. So the name of the game is to stay high on the curve. So when we do some sort of rehabilitation treatment, we can do 2 rounds of rejuvenators. We can do a micro or a chip seal for another 2 rounds. So you notice how many years we pushed it out, and we're on top, we're high on the curve. So it's a higher level of service, and these treatments are a lot less expensive than doing another rehabilitation in 15 to 17 years. And typically when we're doing these types of treatments, that you're pushing it out to 25 to 30 years. So you're extending the life of the pavement. So there's our curve. And as we move down the curve, those treatments get more and more expensive. Rejuvenators, the cheapest, microsurface at $750, chip seal at $450. So that's kind of why we're looking at it, and we think you could benefit from. And it's a big jump between your preservation correct, those micros and the chip seals, to a rehabilitation, and an even steeper jump down to reconstruction. So we want to stay, there's going to be roads sometimes we're going to have to do mill and overlays, but we want to try stay high on the curve as much as possible. It's about the dollars per square yard year. All right, so let's talk about 2 town examples here. So this is an example of a road that is in the fair condition, and this is one that is in poor condition. So without getting too far into the details, these are the distresses that we collected. This FC is fatigue cracking. It's a structural problem. So if we can cut this out and put it back, and then we come back with some surface treatment like a microsurfacing or a chip seal, we'll bring that road from a low PCI up to an 83. So with a road that has got a high surface, so this road is actually in poor condition, and typically poor condition roads, you're not going to put a chip seal on. But when you have such low structural problems, meaning that the road was built well and it's lasting over time, even though it's got such a high surface, we can fix these base problems, this fatigue cracking, and this is surface defects. This is a high surface defects. The chip seal is going to fix that condition, and it will bring it up for the least amount of money, the PCI score. It also needs to, well, let me talk about chip seal a little bit. It goes down as an emulsified asphalt. So it goes down first, and immediately right behind this distributor, a chip spreader puts down the chips. It gets rolled in, they clean up any excess, and then putting a fog seal for chip retention and also for appearance. So this is what a final product can look like from a chip seal, and it's $4.50 a square yard. And we saw a lot of streets where this application would really benefit the town. Chris wanted me to mention also too is that, you know, along with doing a chip seal on these roads that we're recommending, that there also will be rehabilitation candidates. And this River Drive, River Road are ones that, you know, at the top north end of the island, of which there's a lot of patching and standing water, and to consider doing full depth rehabilitation, milling it out and then putting it back. A recommendation I would say for whenever you're trying any type of new maintenance activity is that you want to do a pilot program. And so don't spend all your money on something, but try it out, you know, work with the contractor and see what's the smallest amount of quantity that they'll do just to try it out and see how well it's received by the community. It's really about education. You know, everybody on the board has to understand what you're doing, and the folks who own property on those roads need to know why you're doing it and the reason. So wrapping up, you know, so coming up with a town vision and establishing some goals is really important. It's like anything that we do in our life needs to have that. What are we shooting for? And it includes a strategic approach. Regular pavement condition surveys is important. When you're spending so much money on your network, you want to know at the end of a 3-year period, you know, what's happening with the PCI score. Is it going up? Is it going down? You know, maybe in the future, you know, if things aren't going as we expect, maybe life cycle modeling might be warranted. You know, we're recommending an increase of funding, and typically from my experience in working with municipal governments in North Carolina, that typically it costs between $15,000 to $20,000 a mile per year to maintain your roadway network where you're at. So, you know, for the town, it's 117 to 156. That's kind of on a yearly basis. And then we talked about, you know, the sustainable maintenance program, you know, rejuvenators, thin lift treatments, which includes micros and chip seals, rehabilitation. And obviously, this is why I'm in what I'm doing. I enjoy presenting this information to councils to be able to affect change so that we can manage the roadway networks at the highest level of service for the least cost. So with that, I will entertain questions.
We'll start with, everybody's got questions, so let's go ahead, Mark.
Well, Steve, first and foremost, thank you for what you do, and your experience means a lot to us. For the viewers at home and those that aren't familiar with the North Topsail Beach roads and the NCDOT roads, we are referring to only North Topsail Beach roads. We are not referring to Island Drive nor New River Inlet Road. So when you see that $1 million price tag, that is not to fix Island Drive and New River Inlet Road. That is just the side streets.
Right, and Mark, to emphasize that, there's also HOA roads that are not included in this. Is there only town roads that Chris is?
Just want to make sure everybody understands the scope of what we're talking about, or the limited scope, rather. And that's my biggest thing that I wanted to get through to everybody.
That is a great point.
And just curious too, we have some roads that are inundated by, some of the town roads that are inundated by dune, sand, and stuff like that. How does that factor in as far as your ability to evaluate those roads, and what's strategies to mitigate sand compiling onto those roadways?
Yeah, so, you know, we do a surface pavement condition surveys, and it's visual. There's 2 people in the vehicle. So we can only rate what we see, and we didn't bring equipment to move sand. So, and I know which roads you're talking about, that they, you know, that the sand is, it was on the pavement. So we rated what we could see, but, you know, what we saw was probably representative of what the overall pavement was. and I guess what strategy is there other than that you probably have to go and just clean it up every once in a while when you get a strong wind.
And unfortunately, some of that is regulated by CAMA and restrictions, so.
You can't put it back.
But thank you.
So, Connie, do you have anything?
Yes, I'm just curious, when a road is repaired or rehabilitated, how long is it out of commission for the residents that live on that road, since there's generally, on our town roads, one way in and one way out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it kind of depends upon what you're doing.
Apparently he lives on a two-way street.
Yeah. So no, but there are workarounds to it. It's like when you're doing a microsurfacing, and you're doing the one side and the people live on that side, you definitely have to make you have to set something up for them to park somewhere where they can still get out, or they know that they're going to be in for a little bit. And microsurfacing, it's typically takes about an hour before you can drive on it. So there's that. And when you're milling and putting back asphalt, you're probably on a road like that, you're probably looking at like half a day to maybe, it's maybe going off into the afternoon. And then if you're doing full depth reclamation, it's probably a lot of the same. And you can build full depth reclamation where they can ride on the reclaimed area while you're still working on the other side. So there's a lot of, I know the contractors are all used to having to deal with the residents along those roads, but there's, putting out flyers, letting them know that they're coming at a certain period, and then working with them to make sure that they can still get to where they need to go while they're doing the work.
It also helps blacken the tires.
Yeah, well, thank you, so we're talking hours, not days.
Yeah. Laura?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question for you on the chip seal, right? Are there any beach towns that have done chip seal recently that are examples that we could look at?
So chip seal, typically in municipality, most municipalities, like where there's curb and gutter, it doesn't go well. But seeing how many roads there were that have like a high surface to them, which it kind of looks like chip seal to begin with, and I don't know how many complaints that you have on those types of roads, but we just thought that that you could use this treatment. There's no curb and gutter, and that it probably wouldn't get the backlash that it would on the non-beach community. So I could find out. I can get up with Chris to see if it's Slurry Pavers that does the chip seal, and I could see if there's other beach communities that have used the chip seal in their communities.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the wear and tear looks like on that. Also, when we're doing this, are we looking at changing the crown of the road at all for drainage?
No, the thin lift treatments don't change the profile of the road. If you were to do a mill and overlay, you could change some, and then with FDR, the full depth reclamation, you can definitely change the crown. So yeah, if you have drainage problems, the thin lifts and chip seals are not going to fix that.
That's important for people to know, because we're not talking about completely re-architecting roads here. So where we have water problems, even if we do a surface redo or some kind of sealant, it's not changing the structure of the road.
Correct.
And sorry about this, I'm not going to steal Kip's thunder, but my first job as an engineer was in maintenance on the highway department. So a couple of quick questions on this. I saw the 117,000. I'm assuming, and maybe Chris, you'll address, I'm assuming what we're going to do is prioritize this stuff, not try to do $1 million worth. I believe we've got money in the budget this year for this. Chris, how much do you remember?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Street paving and repairs specifically, I believe it was 52,000, and then we had an additional 200,000 listed in the capital outlay line for streets that were strictly based off of these findings to apply to the roads.
Okay, because I think what would be helpful, at least for me, would be for you to come back to us and give us your priority on this stuff. And I don't know about the poor to whatever. The other thing too is one of the things when I used to run a utility, used to drive people crazy is the last thing you want to do this, put it down and then have Onwassa dig it up because they got to fix a leak. So we're going to have to coordinate this, Chris, with Onwassa, which if you need help on, since I'm on that board. But I think that's one of the things we need to make Onwassa know before, particularly if we're doing more than just kind of a coating on this stuff, is to make sure we don't do one of these things and they're digging it up the next day. But Chris, I mean, looking at you guys, it makes sense to have him come back to us and say, you know, figure out what we
Absolutely,
can
and
get done.
we need to do a lot of discussion because I know the residents do not want to see an asphalt parking lot put at the inlet just to be washed away a few months later.
And that's an excellent point, but I think.
No matter how good the road is.
Right, but if he can come back, I mean, it looks to me like they've got this graded as to pour and whatever. I do think that Sea Dune should go first, just kidding, that's where I live.
But I think,
My street is fine, but I think that we're looking at this thing coming back to us with some of the money you got, because do we have to bid this out, Larry? Is it big enough to bid out? I mean, you're probably gonna hit this in pieces, right, Chris?
Yes, a phased approach, small bites at a time, and then the target would be the off-season, so we're not saturated with
Right.
vehicles and visitors.
Excellent point. And just real quick, so when you're coming back to us, could you give us an idea? I'm assuming, board, that we're gonna look at the poor stuff first? Right? So, you know, give us I have no idea whether that's, you know, let's just say we're gonna spend $150,000. Is that 80,000 of it, or is it 200,000? I think that would be really helpful, because it seems to me if we're gonna go with the worst ones first, we've had an issue with people thinking there's favoritism, so assuming if we do the poor ones first, that's probably the best way to do this, Chris, is that your feeling?
Yes, sir. In Steve's breakdown, he includes in the roadways and their conditions the cost to bring those ratings up, and that was going to be what I used to reach out to vendors as a baseline for scope of work and budget and attack those specific locations.
Okay, perfect.
And not to micromanage, but like we talked about, trying to do all 3 phases of the beach, 1, 2, and 3. If you have a poor section and you have another section that's 2 blocks away, you do it all.
Contiguous, yeah. But I think what he's saying, and I think the other thing, going back to the point that he made, and I think what you're making too, is we need to understand this is gonna be a continuous type of thing. That, you know, no different than a beach plan. You can't just do this once, fix it, and we're done. So, do you want to add something, Laura?
no, so I mean, as we're doing our strategic plan and planning budgets going forward, you all are coming up with a number that we need to, you know, keep putting in for maintenance of the roads, which is great. And then yearly, we're gonna need to be looking at condition and prioritizing and laying out the plan for that year in the off-season, so we don't affect everybody. And then laying this in. But again, to Rick's point is, you don't do this once. If we're proactive and we're doing a maintenance program, you're gonna be doing something every year on the roads. So thank you for this presentation.
And to be honest with you, thanks, Chris, and thank you as well. Honestly, this is less money than I thought it was gonna be. I thought we were talking, I always used to hate those terms. I thought we were talking, I mean, to replace like a cart path at a golf course is like $3 million. Now, that's concrete for the most part, so, but it also tells you, I guess, because we're flat, to your point, Mark, we don't have frost heave as an issue, right? We don't have those type of things as an issue. So excellent presentation, I thought. What do you all think?
Mayor?
All right, thank you.
Mr. Landers.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to add, you asked about going out to bid and so forth. What may work into this for the work that is beyond our organic capabilities, and we've got to put it out to bid. Size does matter. If the smaller the project, the larger the cost, but they'll put likely less participation by vendors. You know, if you're looking at say a $75,000 paving job, it'll be Chris doing it. You know, if you're looking at $1 million paving job, you'll get a lot of interest. And so somewhere in between will probably be the sweet spot. So an idea, what we've seen done in other communities is batching it, not from a year standpoint, but from a multi-year standpoint. So pooling.
Get it out for a couple of years.
Yes. So the work that maybe is beyond organic, or maybe, not sure what Chris may be anticipating recommending buying in terms of assets, equipment in future years, but whatever is beyond our capability this year, next year, and has to be bid out, you know, thinking in terms of batching it, yes. Yeah.
Well, I think that makes sense, particularly, like you said, we don't want to have one vendor. And the other thing is, this is not a shot at you. This equipment is a pain in the butt to, I mean, if you've ever been around this stuff and, you know, was involved in a lot of, we call it blacktopping, this stuff is horrible to take care of. And so it's one thing for you guys to clean the streets, it's another thing to be doing this, so, no, but I think that's a fair point. If we put it out to somebody, and it's a 3-year contract, using that as an example, right? And we know we're gonna be doing this, and that cleans up all the pores and maybe half the fares. That's, what you're saying is that's probably the better way to look at it.
I would submit that, yes.
Okay, all right, excellent. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, because I live on private roads, right? And we try, I can tell you, the vendors just don't call us back.
You don't take a sniff, right?
No, because it's such a small job, so I totally agree, because we're having trouble getting anybody to respond to us. So I like the idea of doing this over multi-years, because the vendors don't want to come in for tiny jobs. They don't.
Well, and the beautiful part for us is, guess what, then we can budget for it too, right? So it's not a gorilla after the second year, so, thanks, Chris. Thank you very much, excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Wayne already answered my questions. I wanted to make sure the money had gone out, so thank you. And Deborah Mack did the same thing again. And the only other question that I asked him, just for the board, is when you look at the financial statements on the sales tax piece of it, you show that we are substantially, I think it's 400,000 under budget in revenues. That's a timing issue. And so to the extent that we get money in July, August, September, but it's for this last quarter, all right, that will be reflected in this year's income statement, meaning that we're, Chris, or Wayne, what we talked about is we're basically on budget, we're fine with that. But looking at that particular financial statement, you would think that we're short that, but it's a timing issue, correct?
May I ask, I was gonna say, may I ask the fire chief a couple questions?
Nothing for the police chief today? Donut?
Just wondered how it's coming along. Is there anything we can do for you, and what's your status update?
I'm sorry, Connie, it was finished yesterday, right?
Just don't seem very happy.
The contractor and I had a very long heart-to-heart discussion yesterday. Looks like we're pushed back to August now.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, of 2026? All right.
It's possible.
All right.
So what are the big issues holding us up now? Is it?
It might be more a closed discussion,
Okay.
conversation.
All right.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else, Kip?
Yeah, Chief, while you're still there. Obviously, there's been a lot of concern about the activity on the north end as far as safety and stuff like that. And I know you all have run several calls out there in the past month, and done well as far as, you know, saving and, you know, we've avoided many tragedies. So, I mean, how are you seeing, it seems to me and from other people that live in the area that there are increased calls for rescues. Are you seeing more or less? Are we about on par? What's your gut feeling on?
No, they're about the same. I think it's just getting more attention, so people are paying more attention. The call volume for the north end, though, it's about the same as it normally is this time of year.
Thank you.
It's funny you mentioned that, because actually after the last meeting, I went and looked at statistics about safe and unsafe. We're not even in the top 10 in North Carolina in terms of rescues and stuff. I think, is it Oak Island that's like, well, actually the Outer Banks are first, and then is it Oak Island?
Yeah.
That's that bad? I mean, it's, and I think Surf City in terms of responses. So, in terms of, and thank you for what you guys did. Appreciate you keeping us in the loop, and
absolutely.
Great job.
Yeah.
For you too, Chief.
Yeah, it's
all.
a team effort, you know. I mean, it's Turkey Creek's with us. I mean, Camp Lejeune's with us. I mean, when we hit the water, they hit the water.
Yeah.
So I mean, and PD's there helping us with the drone and everything else. So, I mean, it's a team effort. I mean, there's a lot of people getting in that water and going to that water.
And I will have to say, I think a lot of towns have public information officers that deal with the media. I know that you and Chief Page have dealt with the media, and you guys have been way above par for representing the town. So thank you guys for being professional on the camera.
Thanks again.
And if you don't mind me asking also, as far as, obviously these things, like you said, you're calling in Turkey Creek, you've got Camp Lejeune, all these resources, do you all ever practice or have exercises where you're in the off-peak season talking about coordinated efforts and who's going to do what? I mean, just so that the community knows what your active plans are and what they are leading up to the peak summer, as opposed to not just we run out there and say, what do y'all want to do? Just kind of explain real quick if you don't mind.
Chief Hardis and I, we constantly have conversations because, you know, the inlet's constantly changing and the scenarios are constantly changing. So we're constantly having conversations about what we can do better, you know, how this call went, and, you know, analyzing what we did, you know, try to be more proactive instead of reactive. They obtained a jet ski last year from the county, which has been a huge help. A couple weeks ago, we had a kayaker down here. They were actually to launch closer than we were. So, you know, it's like I said, it's a team effort. You know, and our policies are safety driven. So if our boat hits the water, their boat hits the water. If our jet ski hits the water, their jet ski hits the water. And then, you know, Camp Lejeune is a extra safety net, you know, which I will brag on our program in Turkey Creeks. We have done so well. Camp Lejeune has asked us to go further north for them. We have a very great working group for the conditions we're dealing with.
Let me add one other thing on that people don't understand. I didn't understand until we had the meeting with the county. You are in charge of these rescue things. Yes. There's only one group, and that's us, that's in charge of the thing. Those people help you in terms of the stuff, like putting the boat in and everything else, because one of the concerns was if you got multiple people trying to do multiple things out there, so basically they know they got to go in, they know they got to do that stuff, but you are in charge of maintaining the safety of our beach, correct?
Absolutely.
Because I think that's one thing when we talked to the county about it, they were absolutely understood that, did not want to interfere with what we were doing, understood you can't have two commanders out there when there's an emergency. And like I said, when you filled us in, when we met with the county on that kind of stuff, I think that was made clear, and they 100% support us on that. So thanks, Chief.
Yeah, no, great.
Police Chief? Sorry, I can't let you go. Chief, as you're walking up, obviously we're coming into the 4th of July, our busiest weekend of the year. America 250, there's a lot going on. As far as police department preparation for the weekend, is it kind of an all hands on deck type situation for the community to know? To stress to the community too, I know Onslow County put out a thing as far as when to call 911, stressing, listen, people are gonna be lighting fireworks off, there's no way the police department's gonna be able to respond to it, but when, you know, fingers and hands get blown off, then you can call 911, those sort of situations. They did it comically, but I mean, realistically, could you just briefly talk about the police department's staffing up, your message to the community as we lead into this in your new role?
Sure, I appreciate it. Yeah, so we are bringing in the entire police department. So right now, with July 4th weekend, we've got what we call our A shift, who's actually on duty, and they were already scheduled to be on duty day and night. And then we're bringing in our B shift. They're going to be taking care of beach patrol. They're working extra duty at the Jazz Fest. I've actually got some reserve officers that have come in from various parts of the country, if you can believe that or not. And they're going to be helping us to just make sure. What we always try to do, and we've done this for years on 4th of July weekend, is we want every call to have a maximum response. And that helps us to keep things under control. Because if we can get as many hands as possible on every call as soon as it drops or as soon as possible afterwards, it usually keeps things from escalating. As far as fireworks go, yeah, everybody out here is shooting off fireworks. We know, and we're going to get to them as soon as we can. If there are priority calls that are pending, we're going to take those first. And I'll be here the entire week, so if you need something, come see me.
As always, thank you and your officers for what they do.
I appreciate it.
All right. We
All
did
in
approve
favor?
the agenda. What, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
So Deb and Brady were pulled away, so I will be presenting this item on their behalf. We have a request for right-of-way encroachment to construct a private beach access. Mr. Rayo has asked that the board consider continuing the item until the September 2nd Board of Aldermen meeting. He had prior commitments that restricted him from being able to be here. However, the board does have the authority to approve or deny this request here. It's really up to the board on whether or not they'd like to hear it now or if they'd like to wait.
Is this the one we
We have already continued prior, yes.
What's the feeling?
I mean, I'd make a motion to continue it. I think it's fair to give the resident an
voice.
opportunity, given his appearance
Okay.
before the planning board.
Yep.
I would make a motion then to table it until the September 2nd, 2026 Board of Aldermen meeting.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to, Chris is going to have to call in. Okay. So what I asked Chris to do, we've been talking about what to file under the shallow draft, I think, ad nauseum. And the whole idea of this thing is he wanted to make sure we crossed our Ts and dotted our Is, that we had proved him going ahead and filing this thing, which is the first step to getting the money for that. And Chris, just, you know, I don't know how much, we've gone over this many, many times. Chris, can you just tell us what's the number that you've got that you're going to be filing?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the exact number, but it is roughly $33 million that we're going to be asking for from the shallow draft.
Okay.
grant fund.
That's
40.
Go ahead.
45 is the estimated total project cost, 45 and change, conservatively. And so we're going to be asking for 33. I would expect that we will be getting, we may not get the full 33, but I would expect we would get somewhere between 22 and 33 back.
Okay, and that's consistent with, I think, what Doug's going to be presenting to us, Doug, and our quant guy, and that kind of stuff. I just want to make sure that what we are filing here is consistent. And if you remember, Chris had some issues, I think we talked about in the last meeting, about what the state thought might be eligible or not. So basically what you're telling us, you're going to ask for the maximum amount and anticipate we'll get less than the 33 we're asking for. But you might as well ask for everything we can get, right?
No, you don't get any presents unless you tell somebody it's your birthday. So
is that a technical term?
That is a very technical term. One of my mentors, first day in the office, first day of my career, told that one to me. So
okay.
Yes, sir. It's very,
So do
very technical engineering.
we need a motion to authorize him to make the filing? Is that what we should do? All right, do I hear a motion to authorize Chris to make a filing for the shallow draft fund on our behalf?
Motion.
Hang on, at a number at his discretion around 33 million, in case he wants to fine tune and ask for more.
I'm never gonna remember all that, but.
Whatever I just said.
Motion to what Rick just said.
All right,
Second.
all in favor? I'm sorry, any other discussion? Because we've talked about this for a while. Chris just wanted to make sure that we were all on board. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? All right, thanks, Chris.
Yes, sir. One quick thing before I go, is that there will be a resolution, a formal resolution when we submit that the alderman will have to sign off on. And I will bring that before the board here very shortly.
Okay, so as part of this motion, should we say that I'm be authorized to sign that on behalf of the town? Otherwise, we're waiting until August.
I'll make a motion that the mayor can sign that resolution so that Chris can move forward with the application.
Do I hear a
And
second?
if we can just modify the motion.
Go ahead.
If we could amend the motion to authorize the mayor to sign the resolution, to authorize the submission to the shallow draft grant fund, subject to attorney and manager review.
Perfect, is that fine? Is that what you said?
That's what, yes, let's make that change to
Great
my,
motion.
yeah, motion.
Do I hear a second?
Second. I'll second my own
Okay.
motion.
All in favor? Aye, thanks. Yeah, I don't want to hold it up for a month waiting for a signature. Thanks,
the-
Chris.
For the record,
Yes, sir.
who seconded that one? Beside, okay,
Oh, Kip.
okay.
All right.
As long as it wasn't Laura again.
Does anybody want a 5-minute break, or are we good? All right. While you're getting ready, do you want to take a 5-minute break so people can use the facilities, or are we okay?
Just when you got up there.
That's all right.
That's all right, switched in.
Give him the clicker. Give him the clicker. I'm gonna get some more water. We really appreciate this, and just as an introduction to everybody that has not dealt with Doug and his family before, they were instrumental in doing SOBs for us before. They were instrumental in us refinancing stuff and in being in the financial position that we are now. We saved Connie millions of dollars in interest and payments, and we have one more payment in, where's Wayne, November, and then we've cleaned out all that beach debt. So Doug, really appreciate the work you've done for us, and if you can bring in financing at 2%, we're going to be very happy with you today.
Gosh, we're gonna try. Okay, cool. You're gonna bring this up for us? The PowerPoint. Yes, and the summary sheet, the deferred cost will come later, preferred cost. Okay, will you run it for me? The little clicker's not here.
This is a PDF, it's not a PowerPoint, so we can't just slide through it anymore. I'll have to scroll through it.
Oh, well, that's fine. Okay, well, I could have sent you a non-PDF version. Okay, good to be here today. Next slide, please. The town board has discussed for quite a while, but this board in particular is very into forecasting cost, revenues, cost, and then the impacts of those forecasts. How do we manage those impacts? We're engaged right now, our firm, together with your staff, and Wayne and his staff have been, I love the Lux title. When I saw Noreen's last name, I said, you've hired a Lux person. That means top, you know. So we've been working together on numbers they've provided. I've seen the budget. I've seen cash reports. A lot of data's been provided, and they'll be an integral part of next steps. So we're going to discuss primarily today the general fund model, the beach fund, Fund 30 model, and then I'm going to talk to you about setting fund balance policies for the general fund and the beach fund, because without those policies, we're not going to effectively use the fund balances and cash that we presently have, okay? Just so you'll know, I think we can shift to the next slide. Well, let's shift back, I'm sorry. We're probably going to be back to you in the fall time frame. I want to get my hands around the budget. I've reviewed it. I want to do more analysis of prior budgets and how we ended the year. I mean, the bottom line is until you really figure out the efficiency of the expenditure of the budget, particularly if you see patterns, it's an effective way to be able to make projections on what happens to future budgets, what kind of increases will be necessary, those kinds of things.
Just real quick as a clarification, Chris is going to be filing the shallow draft. So by then you should have he'll have a better idea, because I know your model has made some assumptions in it which look reasonable, but then you'll have a better model, because it looks like unless the state somehow gets religion and this individual gets off us on that on the disposal area, we're not going to know anyway. So is that kind of what your timing is? You'll be able to do the budget, you'll be able to do that, and then from the shallow draft, we'll get an idea.
Right.
Plus, you'll have our final balance sheet too,
Right, that's correct. Yeah. I want to get my hands around the numbers in the audit. Then we'll look at the beach fund with particular emphasis currently on the 1, 2, and 3 reaches and how we fund improvements to those reaches. Now, just as you said, Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether that's going to be this year or next year, but I've done an analysis that says what financial position are you in if it were done this year, okay? We'll do that, and then we're going to, and this is probably also a fall time frame, be looking for a path forward for future renourishment cost and how you're going to fund that. As you know, there's a 30-year plan. You discussed the 30-year plan in 2023 to nourish the beaches. You must have a plan, must have adopted a plan, so that you will, during beach storms and FEMA applications, be able to receive FEMA cash sufficient to build your beaches back to their proper bases. And so that is a very important part of the overall beach planning. There was a report to you in 2023. Were all y'all on in 2023? I've lost track of time. Have y'all seen those reports? If you haven't, they're available to send to you. I reviewed both of them. There was a report and then an update. I'm going to show you a chart out of the 2023 update.
Lexi, I think that should have been on the it should be in the BISAC link in the town too, right? Ricky?
Yes, so the 5-year and the 30-year plan set by or recommended by the BISAC are
posted,
both
right?
available.
That's what I thought.
I would
Okay.
encourage you, if you have not, to read them. The big part of our work to be done now into the fall timeframe, we've been on the phone with Chris more than once, the manager, folks from finance. I'm going to go over the numbers in a little bit of future cost estimates, but we're trying to get our arms around the 1, 2, and 3. But the bigger job is going to be how do we afford the renourishment inside the 30-year plan? Okay, and then the fund balance policies. All right, sir. Thank you. Okay. First of all, we all know the term unassigned fund balance. I hope we do, because under state law, unassigned fund balance is the only fund balance you can appropriate. So all the cash that you have in this city is not cash that's available through unassigned. So we're going to focus on setting financial policies on the part of your fund balance that you can appropriate as a board. Okay, so just want to put that term there. You'll see multiple fund balance titles when you see the annual audit or the annual financial report, but by statute, the unassigned is your free cash, your available cash to appropriate.
And sorry to interrupt you, just real quick, so I understand this. In the past, we have moved money between funds.
You have.
Right, we have.
And there's nothing, for
So
most
even if
funds,
it's
you may do that.
Right, so if there's something in one of the funds, I'm making this up, in 10, that we wanted to move to the beach fund, is it a permanent thing, or can you, because we took money, we had the issue that preceded you guys coming on here that stopped Chris from doing something because it was not sitting in the right account.
Okay.
And so we moved money into the correct, even though we had plenty of cash.
Right.
Is there any flexibility in that as you're doing this, in terms, or is it basically just making sure we meet the statutory requirements?
As long as there's no restriction by your own policy that you have not modified, nor a restriction by state law, then you can move money among funds. But you have to be cognizant of the law and any restrictions that you have formed internally that you don't violate your own policy. Now, you can change it, but you would need to change the policy and then move the money. Right, right. Well, and I'm going to talk to you about moving money too, now that we're going to talk about policies, okay? Because I think most governmental entities have fund balance policies. For most of their primary funds. They are generally for operating funds or funds that operate with cash that is repetitively used. The two funds that you have that are the most prominent in this juxtaposition is the general fund and the beach fund. That's why we've singled them out to start. I'm happy. I remember in the old days when I was working for the town, there was really not much of a beach fund, and it was just kind of all over the place. You have a real beach fund. I call it beach fund. I think y'all have got a more formal name, but it's Fund 30. So let's talk about the general fund. My recommendation to you as your financial advisor, take it as you will, is that you set a policy to maintain an unassigned fund balance 1 year of annual revenues. That would be not appropriated revenues, but revenues that are real. As an example, if you appropriated fund balance, that's not a real revenue. That's a one-time thing. So you'd take the annual revenues of the general fund and you would maintain in unassigned fund balance 100% of that, okay?
Apologize for this. When you say 100% of revenues, those would be, if I was looking at our income statement, those would be the revenues coming into Fund 10, not total fund.
You were going to do this.
Not total town
Right.
revenues, correct?
You really have to set policies by fund. And so right now we're talking about the general fund, which is your Fund 10. That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Right now, it's in the range. I'm a big rounder. I love some of the earlier things when we talk pennies. I'm a financial guy that doesn't talk past 100,000 most of the, I mean, you know, so basically that's roughly $10 million out of your current budget. So if you we can look at the audit for this year, so you would set that as your fund balance policy, okay? As other part of the policy, and we can submit to you written policies if you want them. We've done them for multiple of our clients. And then on an annual.
Trey, would that be something that would make sense to have him send the policies into us to look at? So is that a consent? Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
At least that's a starting point.
I'm sorry. I was hearing a noise. I didn't know what it was.
We're clearing with council. That's a good way to start this thing, is to have, if you can send us what you've got, that would be
Yeah,
great.
I'll provide those. My hope is in the future that you will put them in the annual budget. So because you have them in the annual budget by fund, you would affirm the policy each year. Most of our clients and most of the large cities that do this, it's part of the annual budget process, okay? So once we audit every year, my recommendation in that policy is once you've exceeded 100% of revenues of the previous fiscal year, any excess in the general fund be moved to Fund 30. I'm going to be frank with you guys. In North Carolina, because it's a very strong financial management state, and I remember this back to the days when I was Chief Financial Officer of the City of Charlotte, sometimes fund balances would just get really big. I'm a firm believer that once you've established fund balance policies, when you exceed those policies, you effectively use the money that you've exceeded by, okay? So that really sort of recycles excess fund balance and doesn't have people walking in saying, oh my God, you've got all this money, what are you doing with it? Well, the point is, you're keeping 100% of revenues, and every year after the audit, you move the excess to the beach fund. Now, by that policy, the way we would write it is to say, that is your first place to use it. You could use it on a one-time basis for other things, okay? But that's the way the policy is written. So I would recommend 100%. That's about 10 million. After audit every year, you move the rest to the beach fund, because you're going to find out in a little bit that our most money need is in the beach fund, okay?
And again, I know I'm getting ahead of us, but we also have the capital fund, which is Fund, Wayne? 12. So, you know, I mean, what you're telling us is our biggest expenditure going forward is going to be the beach, from a capital standpoint.
Yes.
So move all excess funds into that, and that's why you're over the 25% that the LGC likes, right?
Yeah. Well, let me get into that. Okay, so what is the proper measurement of how much fund balance you ought to have in the general fund? If you're a city of Raleigh, a city of Charlotte, a city of Monroe, others that we've worked with, in current days, people look in the 20 to 25% range of the revenues. What percentage of that do you keep in unassigned fund balance? If you want to retain a AA or higher rating with rating agencies, it better be that high, because otherwise you may not have been retaining enough to be a really AA or AAA top city. So basically, right now I see most people in the 25% range. So why am I asking you to be higher, right? We're financial advisor to the city of Asheville. We were their advisor when they received all 3 AAAs for their general fund. Can you imagine a city that went bankrupt in 1920 that now has AAAs from all 3 rating agencies? When we made the presentation to council for the first triple, I said, so you can figure this out. It takes 100 years from 1920 to 2020 basically to get back. So let's not do that again. But my point is, cash is king for a beach community. And as you know, we do a number of beach communities as advisor. When the storm comes through and Wayne has to start writing checks, he may not have a dime of anybody's grant money, not a dime. And so we have to make sure that you can tap through appropriations a fund balance in the general fund that we hope to reimburse, or a fund balance out of the beach fund. So as the mayor's heard me say since I've known the mayor, cash is king. If you're a beach community and you don't have cash, in my personal opinion, you're in trouble. So I want you to have 10 million bucks sitting there that goes up every year based upon your revenues and then the extra amount you move over. So if you have a huge event, you can appropriate money and your finance director can start writing checks.
Okay, and so that would be, even the FEMA stuff is reimbursable. What you're saying is, even if they sign off on the project Okay.
He has
You're
to
gonna
write a
help us-
check before
right,
you get a
right.
dime.
And you might help us put SOPs in place, but what
Yeah,
you're saying
exactly.
is you better have the cash ready so you can get out there as fast
Correct.
as you can. Does that also help by having that, and you're talking about your AAA rating, when you're looking at getting financing for us, that's going to help us in the financing
Oh,
as
the
well?
banks are going to love that you have policies and that you've shown positive financial performance. Absolutely. No question. So that is my recommendation with respect to the general fund. We'll provide some policies. I would vote that you approve the policy now and then put it in the budget for the next budget. Let's not wait a year, kind of thing, okay? Okay, now let's talk about the beach fund. Now, I'm going to tell you in a minute how much money you got, like right now. Subject to audit, Wayne, I think we discussed that on the phone the other day. And subject to Deborah's report, I mean, there's so many numbers moving around. I mean, it's scary, but I think, oh, I know, and it's in the cash account. Okay, what about the unassigned fund balance for the beach fund, the other big fund? Mr. Mayor, you mentioned a capital projects fund and all of that. Typically, capital projects funds do not have formal fund balance policies. What they do have, and I'm going to give you an example, we have a capital projects fund for the money we borrowed for the fire department, for the new fire station. If we don't spend all that money and we have signed the closeout on the project and we have excess money, it should not sit in that account forever because it's just I'm not educated in Iredell County, non-productive cash. Also, you have laws and regulations. If you have those proceeds left over, you have to reappropriate it for a project that's consistent under your bond documents, or you must use it to pay debt service. So on your capital projects, your non-recurring operating funds, they don't have fund balance policies. They should have another policy. If we talk about this ultimately, I hope annually your finance department will give you an accounting of where we are on capital projects expenditures, and do we have any money that we can move somewhere else because a project has been finished. Okay. Here's my deal on the unassigned fund balance in the beach fund. It's my hope that we can retain another 100% level, okay? That's approximately $6 million, so that between the two funds, you would have $16 million available to you in a humongous emergency. And you could appropriate, because it's unassigned fund balance, you can sign an appropriation ordinance, if you all vote it, immediately to spend the money outside the annual operating budget. You can make a budget amendment at any time. Now, what that would do is once we hit $6 million, all the money left in that fund is free to your appropriation use for projects, for reserves. We're going to talk about reserves a little bit later. So, and you'll receive every year, hopefully, money because you've exceeded your 100% revenues in the general fund, and there'll be money that will move over that can be productively used in what is the biggest part of your economy. It's called the beach. Without the beach, you wouldn't have an economy, frankly. So, and you've got a great one. So, what do we currently have in the beach fund? Where are we if we implemented all of these policies, okay? And this is estimated. We got to get an audit. You know, Wayne and his folks are new. We want to get the audit under our belt and all of that sort of thing. But currently, we have about $5 million we could move from the general fund to meet our policy and subject to audit and move it into the beach fund, okay? We're going to have approximately 17 million, and somebody mentioned earlier that y'all had moved some money or something. Have y'all already moved money from Fund 31 back to Fund 30?
They approved the budget amendments yesterday.
Okay.
So it is approved to be moved. I have not done it.
Okay. Is it all 17?
Yeah.
Yeah. But here again, subject to audit, because right now it's a little over 17 million. So if that's the good number, audited number, the fund currently has about 5 million in fund balance. Now, folks, it had big old fund balances before, but you had all that FEMA money you had to spend, and you weren't getting the FEMA money back until May and June of this year. So right now, unaudited, you're going to hear the audited number later, there's about $27 million that you can put into that fund. 5 from the general if you adopt the policy, 17 from Fund 31, and then it currently has $5 million, okay? So,
And Wayne, right now, the cash we're looking at in your thing today is the 51, but is that's less the 3 that went out back to the state, or is that including the 3? Because that was on the 26th or something. I didn't know if there was a.
Yeah, the 3 that went back to DEQ, was it already done when the cash report was?
Okay.
So it's already.
So you'll tie back
Yes.
those numbers, because the number in my head is 51, all right? And so, now, if you say there's 10 in 10, that's still 41, so that 14 delta, you can work with him to figure out where that is, Wayne?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's hence the new audit, so
Right,
we
no, I
can
agree.
figure. I'm hoping there's a little extra money, but I don't want to tell you all about extra money I don't know about, because council members tend to remember those numbers and want to spend them, don't you? So, bottom line, I see in the range of 27. If we keep a policy of 6, that gives us about $21 million, okay? All right, next slide, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir?
Let me ask you a good question. 27 is as of today, so in theory, if we put the current budget, put 6 in,
Mm-hmm.
because you're saying, I got the 27 I want to use right now, if I don't use it, in theory, that should be 33 if there's another 6 that goes in this current year.
If we don't do reaches 1, 2, and 3 or a big project, yes, presumably. Now, I think the cash already reflects some of that, but here again, we got to audit for you. But you're technically correct. If right now the beach fund budget has roughly $5 million once we pay off the last debt service payment and what y'all call available for additional projects. It's in the $5 million range. So technically that $5 million is there available for debt service or for projects. What I'm going to speak to you about is how do we fund reaches 1, 2, and 3, okay? Because I felt in talking with the manager and Mr. Mayor, hearing you on a phone call or two, while we don't have final answers until audits and things of that nature, y'all deserve to know where do we see the position right now so that you can enter into a thought process of funding, the rapidness of that funding, what happens if it happens really quick, that kind of thing, okay? I'm still sort of out there on the terminal growing and figuring out if that money's in 44. The 44 million, the project cost we've been seeing. I don't think it is, right?
Because the EIS is theoretically going to come out in September. And then you've got notice period, and you've got, Connie, how much litigation is gonna tie this up? What was it? The one that's at Oak Island that lasted, what, 7 or 8 years?
Yeah.
So that is not in the 44, because we made the fundamental decision that as a town, we wanted to go ahead and get a beach project done and not wait for that project. And what Chris told us in the earlier meeting was that they're not mutually exclusive. So we didn't want to wait for the very north end for one to get done.
Yeah.
Hoping that the groin got done, because then they wouldn't have sand for.
He's got just over $5 million in his budget that we're gonna look at in a minute that he showed in 2023 for terminal growing. I presumed that was the money, but I just wanted to sort of
And I
hear
think
y'all's
that's what he said.
feedback.
That's a number I've heard him talk about.
Okay, fine. Okay, so now, is 44 million cost achievable? Bless his heart, he just added $1 million on it on the last phone call. First time I'd heard 45. I'm calling Chris and say, Chris, I want to hear 43, not 45. As a joke. So how do we fund all of that? What happens, okay? When talking with Chris, he said for safety's sake in making this presentation, let's assume we get a 50% grant or apply for and potentially receive a 50% grant to fund the $44 million, okay? Okay, so alternative one in how we fund the 3 reaches is we borrow $22 million from special obligation bonds and leave all the cash. Now, remember for a minute, this is assuming you get $22 million, all right? We issue SOBs for $22 million and keep all of our $27 million in the fund, okay?
Does everybody understand what the SOPs are? Because we got new board members. Is everybody okay with what they are?
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit at the back end about it. Dylan's going to do that. Okay, So the second alternative is we could use all our cash, spend down to what is basically our policy, and not issue the SOBs, okay? I don't like getting down to our policy, exactly. I want us to have more cash, okay? Because in a minute when you see this report, we're gonna need a goodly deal of cash in the future, all right? Now, the alternative that's sort of the one that gives all of us a little heart problem is what if we get no grant funding? And I don't mean this to sound wrong, but we can't go to sleep on it tonight and just assume it. We're all just crossing ourselves hoping it happens, but we don't know. I wanted to present an alternative to you that said it looks like at 44 million and it's a first priority for you. I know, at least what I've heard. Can we move forward? The answer, subject to our audit, is yes. Okay? We would do that by taking 22 million in SOBs, and we would take our fund balance of 22 million, leaving us at about our policy minimum, and we could fund the 44 million out of those two sources. Okay? So I think you ought to feel good that we're really close on having the funding if you don't get a grant, but it would put us, and that's why I made a big third point, without the grants, the beach fund, it's going to have funding shortfalls. I'm going to talk to you about funding needs as it is, because we're going to have to look at how we do those. And basically, so you'll know, if we borrow SOBs of 22 million and borrow it for 6 years, that takes the majority, that takes our capacity from the fund for 6 years, which is why I'm hoping.
That you're going to spend all the money going in.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's correct. We do not have the money to do this without issuing SOBs unless you robbed the general fund, had no fund balance in the beach fund, go back to where we used to be. I don't think you want to go there. And so bottom line is alternative 3 can get us there, all right, assuming the 45 doesn't keep going higher, right?
I was going to say, what changed for us when you go back when I first met you, this is not possible.
Oh, I mean, I genuinely worried about it for a while because, you know, you just think, where's the money coming from?
But I mean, even to get to this point in this short period of time is incredible.
Yeah, I want you to feel semi-comfortable till we get the audit that y'all can do the 44 million project. If you see it as a priority and you want to spend that money, I think we can retain our minimum fund balances that we're having in our policy and do the 44 million. Okay? Underline, I think, and subject to audit.
Now, granted, it's 44 million. Are we basing that off of having it done this season, or it getting pushed off 2 seasons?
Chris's estimate.
Okay.
And I think one of the reasons it's gone down is, believe it or not, the demand for some of these dredges has dropped. And so he thinks that depending on how fast we could get contracts and stuff in place. And the other thing, Mark, and we're looking at fixed numbers, and Doug's talked this. If you remember, the other thing we talked about is, for example, we still do 1, 2, and 3, but instead of a $44 million one, is there a smaller one that we could do to fund and still make them engineered beaches? And so that's another alternative that we're not asking to look at, right? Because if he comes back to us and says, I'm really not comfortable because we don't have any other funding, what can you do for 36? I'm just making that up.
Exactly.
And both Chris and Fran have talked about ways to, you know, instead of putting down 10 inches, you're putting down 6 inches, but still get all the phases done at the same time. And it still be considered engineered beach.
Yeah.
So that's the sidecar to what he's.
Yeah. Our goal is to always keep them engineered so that FEMA comes in with dollars. Because, folks, the storms will come. We just hope not frequently. Yeah, knock on something. Okay. So that's kind of the plan, subject to some more work. I anticipate with management staff, finance staff, with Chris in the room with us, it's going to take us several meetings to get a comfort level on funding and timing, okay? Now, can we pull up what is called the preferred beach management option?
Is that in this or a different?
It's a different one, please. It's a and then we'll bring this one back up.
Oh, is that the Excel?
I believe so. Yep.
Is that the quant sheet?
It's preferred option cost. This came from the 2023 report, okay? what Chris has told us on the phone call is that, of course, these costs are 3 years old, roughly 2.5 to 3 years old. The cost did not include planning, so they're off 8 to 10% to start with. On a call we had recently, Mr. Manager, you will remember, we asked Chris to go to work to update these costs, because when these costs become updated, we'll be able to look at a plan. We'll now have 5 reaches done, 44 will be done, the other reach 4 and 5 were done. Then we've got to look at a funding plan for how we keep them in the 30-year plan, and how we keep the beaches at a level such that when the storm comes, we get engineered beach reimbursement.
And just real quick, if you look at where he's got the groin, which is in 28, I think the other reason it's 5 is because it assumes the beach has already been fixed.
Yeah.
I think that's what, because I think the original number we saw that, and I know Susan Myers out there when she was on the board, that was a lot high, that's a lot lower number than we thought, Susan, because it was going to be a standalone project, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I thought.
Done together, hopefully it's doing
Right.
a
That-
better
that's what he said. If you're
a
already
better
building the beach.
efficiency.
Right.
Folks, let me tell you about these numbers. I kidded Chris on the phone and said, next time I'll do your spreadsheet for you. This attempts to do a cash flow analysis for you, okay? It takes 4.2 million of the revenues out of the beach fund, takes under the further column expenses, assumes grants for approximately 50%, and some loans, and assumes, because I said to Chris on the phone, what are these years without any definition? I mean, what is that? And he said, that's just an accumulation of the cash by virtue of the revenue. We're not going to do it that way. We're going to look at what you need to fund. We're going to take the budget and say, this is what you got to have for operations. The beach fund must budget for operating and maintenance cost of the beach. And here will be the excess we have. Now it's right at 5-ish million. I want to look at the former budgets and the actual performance to see if we've got any more of that based upon how or whether we've been stewards of the budget and been conservative in projections, okay? So if you look at this, what this basically tells us is that roughly every 5 years, now he's got the first one in 29, I also said to him on the phone, I think we're off in years. 16 million bucks for 1, 2, and 3. When we do 4 and 5, $24 million to do the renourishment, okay? What we have to do for you, just as we did on the 1, 2, and 3 reaches, Chris has 5 years, and our other beach clients, we've been really seeing renourishment more on a 6-year cycle, because if they're done right to start with, berming is correct, grassing is correct, walls, the metal wall, I'm not a beach guy, but you know, the walls are there to hold, if you've done it right, what we've been seeing is about 6 years, not 5 years, on the renourishments.
You mentioned before, the LGC will not go beyond 6 years in any kind of funding anyway, right?
The LGC
That was a uphill battle you had last time. Right?
Yeah. Here's the deal, and I'm just saying this. If we could prove that it happened more than once, that the way you nourished your beaches and cared for them with your operating costs throughout the year, that you could do it 7 years and keep your status with FEMA, we could probably get that done, but it would have to be shown more than 1 year. So 6 has been the customary that you've seen over a plethora of these beaches, and so that's why 6 has sort of been their standard. I want to look at this with Chris and see if we feel more comfortable with a 6-year cycle than I don't get all the dates, and I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying I got to understand all this, and we just started as our work group not long ago, so there's still work to be done to figure all that out. So the next thing, hopefully, as I said to you earlier on, in the fall, we'll bring you back a plan that says, here's what it looks like you've got to fund. It's going to be higher than these costs because we know they're low and we may have some inflation. We got to figure that out. Here's what we have to fund. If we get the 22 million, which is why I'm so hopeful, and I'm a glass half full kind of person, it would leave us in such a strong position, right? We'd have 27 million in the fund to start with. 6 is policy, 21 million or so to play with. Use in conjunction with other borrowings. And so that's going to also bring a great deal to the table on what's the efficiency and what's the need. Currently, folks, unless we get all these grants, and I wish I were more positive about getting them, I see the state grants, the state budget, and I see the federal budget. And folks, they're tight. And so, bottom line, we're going to bring you something back. We'll probably need to do it in a day when y'all have taken a nerve pill. Joke. To just look at it and say, here are the what ifs. We'll identify with and without grants, things of that nature. And we'll identify for you how much additional revenue needs to flow into the Fund 30 to pay for all of this. And I'm just going to say to you, although I don't know it yet, because I honestly don't, it's going to take some more money. There's just not enough money coming.
That's why, to your point, that it's critical that we have those funding policies in place.
Absolutely.
So we know where the money's going.
Yeah,
And so if we know we only need, I'm using 10 in Fund 10,
yeah,
then
I'm hoping you're going to have 13,
Right.
that you're going to have a real efficient budget, and we're going to move 3 million over. So we're going to look at all
But the
that.
idea is to have fluidity between the
That is
funds.
correct. If you don't have a general fund policy and we don't move the money, it's just what ifs. With a real policy, we can make assumptions and look in the future as to what's happened. And that's why I want to study more than 1 year's budget. I want to look at how much you carry forward every year. Because I trust and I believe, I've spoken to Larry once about this, you've got to, your budget has reasonable assumptions in it. It isn't stretched to the max kind of thing, if you get my drift.
Can I ask a
Also not dipping
quick
into the
question?
rainy day fund, so-
Not to get into all the what ifs today, and we haven't taken our nerve pill, but my concern is if we make policy and we have to put X amount of money per year, that 1 year when that storm does hit us, are we going to have the flexibility to move that money around, or are we going to be handcuffed by policy to put it somewhere else?
Remember what he's talking about is, and I'll let you finish, the idea behind this is if you've got that $10 million there in Fund 10, plus we would have excess in the beach fund. If there was an event, okay, that came through, first off, it would generally be FEMA reimbursement. If it wasn't, then we've got a different issue. But the whole idea is to be able to not do what happened the last time in this town is we didn't have the cash to front the project to get it back. So the reason he wants to build a 10 in there is for that disaster, not for the daily operating stuff. Something bad happens, we can go out there and start working on it in a month or two, not waiting 3 years.
And
Is
that's
that fair, Doug?
That's also what I'm saying, though, is after that year, we're still not to where we need to be. That those funds, we still have the flexibility to move them where they need to go.
Yes. And basically, it'll refill.
Right, right.
FEMA will be the refill, and he is, last time we did SOP on these, FEMA was the collateral for the loan. So
Yeah.
he would,
Yeah.
we would probably ask Doug, the consensus of the board is, when we get into that kind of season, he would have a pretty good idea as to what SOBs we could get for a FEMA-type project, so that it wouldn't take as long to go ahead and get that in place
Yeah,
before we
yeah,
spent the money.
yeah,
Is that fair, Doug?
Yes, sir. Alderman Barefoot, you asked a very good question, and there's one element to that question that you were going for, I'm positive. Let's say we got 10 million in the general and 6 million in the beach, and we have a bad situation, and Wayne writes $8 million worth of checks so the community can operate before we start getting any FEMA money, okay? Now, we have alternatives for getting that money back, although if you look at how long it took to get some of this other grant money back, don't be hoping it comes in 1 year. We would then have to amend our policy to say we're below the $10 million we want. We're down to, say, $5 million, and we want to reimburse that over the next X years. Because we don't want to end up, I almost call you councilman all the time, so if I slip up and say council person, please forgive me. Mr. Alderman, we're going to have to look at if there's multi-year storms, where are we, to be honest. We hope that doesn't happen, but we got to think ahead.
Right, and also, Mark, and I know we've talked about this as a board, the reality in this thing is none of us know what's gonna happen during this period of time. And so it's great to talk about, we're gonna do all these projects and stuff, but as you know from being around here, you have multiple storms, you have those type of things. The board's just gonna have to step back and say, what do we get done? And it might be, instead of being a renourishment, after 6 years, we just say, we're gonna have to postpone that renourishment for a couple of years to refill the buckets.
Well, I just know in the past years, we had some money that was policy-driven and had to stay in that bucket.
That's the
I want to be able to move water from one
You want
bucket to the other.
Yeah, Mr. Alderman, under your policy for unassigned fund balance maintained in the two major operating funds, you may appropriate that as well at any time legally. You just want a plan to make sure it comes back up to its level. Is it sitting there as a temporary thing? Is it a permanent thing? That's why, as we talked through this and had some conversations, I'm just not comfortable with that about $15 million sitting there that's available to you. About 16 actually.
Right, and the other thing, just real quick, that, and I think he was making a joke at the beginning, we talk about cash being king. The reason he wants to put debt in there is because then you got the cash, right? And if you spend the cash, you don't have it available for those times.
Well, folks, y'all simply don't have cash to do the project without debt. If you don't get a grant, you have to have debt. Or you, as I said earlier, you'll extinguish all your fund balances and be on a prayer kind of thing.
But, and this will go also to our emergency operations plan, with a named storm in a state of emergency, the board can also adopt a policy as to what our spending policy is during an emergency situation.
That is absolutely correct. Good point, Alderman. So anyway, what we want to come back to you on when we've really figured this out with the engineers and got the numbers where we think they're current numbers, we're going to come back to you and say, how do we fund all this? Every 6 years, you can issue another roughly 25 million in debt with the 5 you've got. Okay, so that it's a circular resource, but that circular resource, unfortunately, is not big enough to do all 5 reaches. Okay, so the question becomes, how much grants do we? I want to put y'all in a position so you can take a piece of paper to your elected officials and say, I got to have help keeping my economy going. And we've already got a policy of keeping 16 million in our fund balances. We've funded these with taxes. Y'all got to help us, or the state is going to lose one of its major revenue producers called the beach. I want people to be in a position to say, this is why we need your help. It isn't simply because we're pulling a number out of the wind, okay? I think it armors you a lot better if you have that. Now, I say it's fall. It could go beyond fall. It's just going to depend on how quick we get all of this and figure it out. Y'all good on that? I'm also hoping we can move the renourishments to 6 years instead of 5. I think that'll have an impact.
That's a fundamental change, too. That would be good.
Yeah.
Any idea, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, you got some really low-cost stuff before. Do you, I know we're not in that range anymore, Doug, but what are we, I mean, right now, we're getting, where's Wayne, 3.5 on our investments, right? Okay, what do you think we'd be borrowing?
The debt's going to be approximately the same for a 6-year borrowing, okay? Pray that the Fed doesn't raise short-term rates next year. Now, the word is they're going to leave them where they are. They're probably not going to lower them. I read that the other day.
Yeah, me too.
So if they don't raise them, we're in the 350-ish range on your 6-year money. I remember the days we'd have been 1%. I wish we could go back to that.
All right, I mean, and again, I'm looking at this very simplistically. If I'm getting 3.5 and I'm borrowing at 3.5, I'm borrowing at 0.
Well, true, because, yes, to be honest, that's true.
That's why you wouldn't use your cash.
Yeah.
I had a question, because you mentioned Chris's spreadsheets versus what you'd like to put together. Can we get to the point where Chris is using one that you're using, so
That's where he's going.
Yeah, I mean, but can we look to doing that for just ease of everybody with numbers?
Well, let me say this, Alderman. With y'all's agreement, I'm going to say to Chris, it's my spreadsheet, you give me the data to it. That's fine. So that it's something that you can get.
It's got to be in your model.
I don't mean that in a mean way.
No, but it's got to be in your model, because you're the only ones that understand it.
Number
particularly with the quant
spreadsheets
guys.
should be numbers, people, I think, with
Right.
inputs from other people.
Right, he can give you source data and then we can
That is
model
correct.
it.
That is
Okay,
correct. That's
thank you.
correct.
All right.
And we're not gonna argue about it, we're
No,
just
we
gonna
just
say.
need, we need a model that's consistent going forward.
That's correct.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
I think the key element of that is communication between the engineer people, the finance people, and I'm not sure why it didn't happen before, what, 2 weeks ago?
He's still building the sheets, and also, remember, this thing was put together in '23.
Yeah. Well,
All right, so
a plan
24.
that I'm gonna recommend to your new manager, presuming your new manager wants to do this, the general fund, its policy, where we see the general fund going and funding based upon various changes in costs and other things that'll come out of the model that Dylan has already started, we ought to talk about the beach model. This needs to be updated every year to say, here's what it was, here's what it is now, here's how that's impacted. I'm gonna finish with this. It's my hope, if we can have some money left in the fund and we can generate a couple of million a year or more out of efficiencies in the general fund, that we can have reserves established inside the beach fund so that we can use both pay-go and borrowed money to do your renourishments, okay? And I think what we need to do inside the beach fund, when we hit our 6 million, and it's over 6 million, what do we do with it? I want you to reserve it for future renourishment, rather than somehow it just sits there and somebody one day says, that's money, let's do this. Well, the priority's got to be the renourishment cost.
Well, and I think that's something, and I remember speaking actually with Ocean City, I was asked that question about, well, where's the cash? Why are you not giving it back? And the answer is, none of this happens if we don't have this cash that we've got.
That's
The other
true.
thing too is when this was put together at BISAC, it was understood it's a living document, that it has to be that.
Well, it has to be
whatever the numbers were
updated,
this year.
I think, annually or biannually or
That's what it was.
something.
But I think
forget.
it was waiting to figure out what the projects
Yeah, yeah.
were. So this has to be upgraded.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
should be looked
exactly.
at, just like we do the beach every year.
Well, this goes 30 years. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't trust a single number past about 5. I question it past 3, but you have to have a plan. You have to update that plan, blah, blah. Okay? Any more on this? I just want all y'all to know that wasn't there for the discussion. I'm sure there was some. There's been work on cost. The work that hasn't been done, through no one's fault, is how do we pay for it? And that's what we're going to help you look at, okay? And y'all are not going to shoot the messenger in these conversations, right? Look at the manager.
Look, I'm just glad we can have a discussion. We've got funds available to even have this discussion.
Yeah. Okay, that was the one we just did. So let's go to the next slide. I think I've just done that. I just did that, yeah. Okay, Dylan's going to talk to you real quick because the mayor talks about the debt financing. He's going to do a 2-year, what is it and how do we do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for your time today. We're just here to briefly discuss how exactly we can make the sausage here on getting this borrowing per Doug's alternative 1 that we discussed earlier today. According to North Carolina statute, with assistance from the local government commission, there's really only 2 viable options as a means to earn this 22 million or whatever it ends up being of beach nourishment or renourishment project fund. Option 1 is to vote in general obligation bonds. This is a longer process, often requires multiple credit ratings, usually a publicly offered deal. In juxtaposition to a special obligation bond, which we know the town is familiar with, not voted on, town's issued them before, and our firm has expertise, including in this year, we recently issued $13 million of special obligation bonds in the town of Nags Head, in addition to the beaches out in Avondale and Buxton as well, using a very similar financing structure.
Y'all know I don't brag a lot.
Doug, I'm not even halfway through.
But I know, I got a call from Nags Head years ago and they said we have to renourish. We have to do GOs or we have to pledge a fire truck or something to raise money and then use it over there. What a convoluted method is that? And that's when, through a lot of research, we determined that SOBs could be issued to do this. Without it, you'd have to vote this. Folks, it's months and months of process. Most GO bonds that are used for beach nourishment are voted by the county because they have, it's larger, blah, blah. And there's some larger beach towns that have voted them, but I mean the big ones.
Absolutely. And as Doug mentioned, we're very proud to say that we have a lot of expertise in issuing special obligations both across the state. Absolutely. Also here. So one thing that we thought it was prudent to highlight with special obligation bonds, and they're more of the lawyer side of how we structure them, is that we will require what's called an MSD, or municipal service district, kind of what makes a special obligation bond the special part. With that, the actual amortization schedule of the debt does not change. However, it's important to note that this does not necessarily require a tax to go along with the MSD. So we often find that as long as we work closely hand in hand with the town's bond attorney, bond counsel, to ensure that reaches 1, 2, and 3 are covered, and under this MSD, we can find that we can utilize a traditional privately placed structure for that.
One more interruption. I
No
just
worries.
spoke to your attorney as we walked in today. I forget the swath of the MSD that we did years ago. So we
Ask that
just need to
question.
look at the swath of it, because
'Cause
it
I
may
know-
need to be bigger.
Right, because Doug, what, didn't the town, this preceded me, you might know, but originally they were looking at a way down in 5 to put a special additional tax on that. And I think the board, when we were on it, said, we're one town. Okay, if we're gonna do something in 1, 2, and 3, the idea is not to have a different tax for them, and I think
It
that was the
pretty-
original thing,
It
right?
was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly. The citizens were very, and understandably so, very much unhappy with the thought of taxable, different tax rates at the
different groups.
different groups, yeah.
Well, and even within, I think, 5, the issue then was, well, I'm on sound. Why am I gonna get taxed for fixing Joe Smith's house on the ocean?
Well, not
And
o-
it was like not a very good pleasant conversation.
Even more than that, if you had oceanfront houses, but then you had an area where there were no houses on the oceanfront, but the houses that were on the sound side, but there's no houses in front of them. I mean, it went on and on, and it was, there was
Well, wasn't
no.
that the origination that was a different tax rate too, wasn't it?
Well, they wanted to do it as a
Yeah.
different tax rate, and then, what ended up happening, of course, was we went into the phases for the, beach.
Yeah, exactly. Let me say this, Mayor Pro Tempore, you bring up a good point. That is purely policy by every beach town. Unfortunately, we have a state statute, and to this point in time, I can't figure out how it made the statute. Whether you're the city of Charlotte, who's issued many SOBs, or whether you're town of North Topsail Beach, if you don't have an MSD in which the project occurs, you cannot issue SOBs. But you do not have to raise a tax. You must have the existence of the municipal service district. You are not obligated to tax out of that municipal service district.
Sure, all right. I'll go ahead and close out here. So as I mentioned, the amortization structure is going to be level principal over that 6-year time period, as we discussed. We'll work to align the project funding and costs to hopefully work around that. With that, the way we generally do these, as we have in the past, is a private placement as opposed to a public offering. Fortunately, we actually have seen some positive competition in the space. Multiple banks are now bidding on these, which is competitively lowering rates, beyond the traditional partners of PNC Bank that we've used in the past. Webster Bank and Regions have also come in strong in previous deals this past couple months. But final
And you're
point,
looking at the
yes.
same basic rate depending, even if it was a FEMA versus, so basically they'd be
Yes.
looking at the same thing?
Theirs is a cost of funds thing. It's just
Yeah.
what their cost of funds to loan their money.
Yeah, the way these banks kind of decide is based on cost of funds, and to be honest, part of it is a relationship with the town that they are hoping to cultivate through these. I'll close out then. Final point on this is that these special obligation bonds can be issued in conjunction with FEMA grants and reimbursements. We've done this in the past in a variety of beach towns here on the southern shore as well, including the town itself. So we feel comfortable that this methodology and structure is the right way to go.
Yep. There's 2 ways to use SOBs to make it easy. One, to build real projects. Build a beach or nourish a beach. The second way we can borrow under SOBs is to fund project costs before FEMA has reimbursed us. And you've had more than one SOB issued for that. None of them are no longer outstanding because you got enough money in the beach fund to pay them off early.
Great. Any further questions on the financing structure here? Great. I think we can go to the final slide here and just close out. Any further questions for the rest of the presentation here?
All I would say is, and Connie just whispered this in my ear, thank goodness we have you guys
very
involved in
kind of
this,
you. Thank you.
because we have got, I've talked to other towns going on with this cluster, you know what, that's been going on with the property taxes, and there is a panic among all these things. And I think without your help, we would not be where we are today, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
You got a question, look.
Okay, so moving forward, like, what are we looking forward to in the August, you know, at our August meeting? I don't know your next steps and when we're
Okay.
gonna hear from you
Okay,
again.
I see what's in the fall. Guys, y'all are not gonna hear from us again till probably November.
Okay. Because we're gonna hopefully be getting into some strategic planning before then.
Yeah. Yeah, when I come back to you again, I want to be safe enough in the numbers that we don't a month later say, oops.
Remember, he also wants, he's gotta have the audit information, we've got the
Okay.
audit contract.
All right.
So it's
So-
going to be later
It's
than
gonna be
I
a while.
want it to be, but what Wayne and his folks is new, they're going through all of this. We've got to set a position. I'm a financial guy. I don't tell you wrong numbers.
So I guess just an update then on the work being done in the background at each of the meetings before we get a formal presentation.
We can update through the manager where we are.
Perfect.
I'm hoping we'll set up some meetings with the engineers.
Right.
You know, that sort of thing. We haven't done that calendar yet. I mean, Larry, I hope you'll stay, but anyway, if you don't, y'all are gonna have a new manager. Obviously, that manager has to be brought into this process.
Correct.
He gets it. He got this beach nourishment thing quick.
All
Thank
right, well,
you.
thank you. All right, moving on, we have the
Anybody
chief
want to
and the
ride
manager.
Charlotte? We're headed out.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop at Noble Smoke. Have some good
Hey, hey.
I'll have
I
to
do
send,
like that
I'll have to
place.
send you, I've got a good friend of mine that I play golf with, and I cannot remember the name of the restaurant that he is managing in Charlotte. But
Well, let me
it's a
know.
tapas place that they reopened about a year ago.
Let
So
me
I'll have
know.
to send it. I will, thanks.
See y'all.
Mayor and Alderman, I'd like to offer some introductory remarks before deferring or introducing a chief. The purpose of the emergency operation plan is to legalize the structure and execute a community-wide response to disasters while protecting residents and property. Because local governments are the first dollar and first responder line of defense, the plan serves as the official operational linkage between everyday municipal departments, community stakeholders, and federal aid. And this is a little bit of background. You know, staff has collaborated over 3 or 4 work sessions in, if you will, a tabletop light exercise format, reviewing the roles and responsibilities for the different areas of the plan. We've updated portions of it and looked at the emergency contracts that needed to be either created or validated. The latter, reestablishing those contracts, continues to be an ongoing process. We've concluded the editing of the plan last week or so, and have referred it to you formally for your consideration and hopefully your approval. And I'd like to defer to Chief to offer any additional insights on the scope of the plan and other elements.
So high level, not a lot changed. In the previous EOP, we had a lot less staff, so we identified staff for positions. Now that we are fully staffed, we removed that, and it gives the town manager the authority to put the people in the correct places. That's pretty much the only change that happened in the EOP.
Are you satisfied with what you've got, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on it pretty
No, I mean the
diligently.
plan itself. Are you satisfied with the plan where we are?
Yeah, it's a good plan.
Okay. I just don't think I should be second guessing what you.
Yeah, no, I
safety
mean,
people.
So, for the board's knowledge, I know we had contracts in place, but can you tell us which contracts had to get renewed and?
So, the one with the the school system has to be renewed yearly. The
Okay.
library is being renewed. We're working on a fuel contract for services.
I thought there was a debris or a
Tetra
trash
Tech,
one.
that was renewed. So all those vital, the motels and hotels contracts, stuff like that for housing, in case of a major storm, stuff like that had to be renewed.
I think to Laura's point, I'm assuming we're going to approve it, but maybe in August, just give us kind of in your report, anything that's outstanding. Okay, contract-wise, I don't think there'll be any issues with the county.
It's in the manager's report.
Oh, that's right.
It's in the manager's
I meant, but in August, is it?
I mean,
You think everything will be?
Well, I mean, we'll,
You'll
we're
put it in
happy
the
to
manager's
update you.
report.
It is in the manager's report.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so did we still haven't done for the citizens, have we, like a hurricane preparedness seminar like we've done in the past? Did we do anything for the citizens here at Town Hall?
We wouldn't do it now.
Well, it's a work, I mean, we, taking that suggestion 1 or 2 meetings ago, we've initiated effort. We've tried to coordinate, we've set forth a couple of dates, from a planning perspective with, stakeholders, and we haven't been able to get a date confirmed. You know, the kind of the lead agency, if you will, is, the National Weather Service. And, Eric, I believe, who participated 2 years ago, warmed up to the idea of doing it again, but we haven't gotten a
So,
date.
do we need him to do this?
What's that?
Do we need him to do this, or can we
Well,
not do something
I
for our
would.
own citizens
your
without?
expert.
Contact, I'll give you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Because I still think we should do something for the citizens, to talk to them about their go bag, their reentry permit, their stuff, to be prepared. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. We bring in the experts from Joe EMC, ONWASA, so they can talk about the stuff that they need you to prep before an evacuation and everything. And then the town talks about like
Right.
reentry passes, security and everything else while everyone is evacuated, so.
Okay.
And I know a lot of citizens, they think, we've been through this before, but we have a lot of new residents.
lot of new
Every
people.
week, we have new residents that come in that have never experienced a
renters.
hurricane.
Yeah.
All right, so let's at least have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any more discussion?
I just want to say I read through your emergency operation plan, and it is very comprehensive. You guys all did a great job on it, and I think that once it's online and people read it, they'll see that we just don't wing it. Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Larry, I think this is the audit contract.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman, S. Preston Douglas Associates has submitted their engagement letter and contract to the board for your review and approval for conducting the fiscal year 2025-2026 audit. The audit contract total amount is not to exceed $28,250. Preston Douglas and Associates will audit the financial statements of the governmental activities and each major fund and the aggregated remaining fund information, including related notes to the financial statements which collectively comprise the basic financial statements of the town for the year ending June 30th, 2026. Our requested action is to approve the contract with Preston Douglas and Associates in the amount of $28,250.
Can I have a motion to approve? I am too. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, just real quick, I'm assuming that on the motion, we want that subject to review by council, and give you the authority to sign the contract? Is that what you're looking for?
I believe the audit contract, we've already looked at that, but to the extent that there's been any changes that
It's just
subject to.
crossing T, dot I
which
to
is
make
fine.
sure. And then the other thing, just as a comment, last year, because of some issues, it'd be nice to get this in. I mean, obviously, that's gonna, whatever you guys can help to try to make sure we get it as early as we can, so. Yes. I know how it works. It's not in your control, my friend, so. All right, Laura, do you have a comment?
I have 2 points. Well, a question, 2 years. Who was the firm last year and who was the firm the year before? And is this a new firm doing this?
My understanding, this is the same firm that did the last audit, which is different than the firm before that.
Yes.
So,
I gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We're
and
good
it's
then.
also
Yeah, I
for,
didn't want the one before.
as for Trey, it's the same contract as last year as well, with the dates reflected
Okay.
for this,
Yeah,
this
last-
fiscal years.
So if you're
Last
okay with
year-
that, we can just do a motion to approve and leave it
I think a
clean.
motion to approve is fine, is sufficient. If I'm remembering right, last year, we already reviewed that contract, and my
Yes.
understanding is it's the same as what we reviewed and
Okay.
changed last
It
year.
is the same contract with updated dates
All
to
right.
reflect
So
the
we
correct
have a
fiscal
motion
year.
to approve, we have a second, so we basically just need a vote.
Also, the contract form is state directed. I
Right.
mean, it's not our
Our
contract.
call, right. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Chief. If you can, at the beginning, kind of, Chief, if you will, tell us what you want to get accomplished today by us, please.
Certainly, my audience has disappeared largely, so I will be brief.
Is there a slide or anything?
No, this is mostly just a discussion. So, in the spring, I attended the parking committee meeting, and it was discussed there that we needed to retouch the parking ordinance, we needed to update it, and basically just finalize something to put in the ordinances. And a draft ordinance was supplied by our parking vendor, Surfcast, and we appreciate that. It largely follows the current practices. There were some, draft ordinance was circulated through staff, and there were some recommendations about what needed to be changed. And then it was passed through the town attorneys, and they made some changes. And so that's the version that is before you today. This is to open a discussion amongst yourselves about what you'd like to see in the town order, in the ordinance, parking ordinance. I understand from the clerk that this needs to be noticed again, and there needs to be a public hearing on it, so no action today. A couple things that I wanted to point out quickly. The original version that was passed to us from the parking vendor, they were requesting that street intersections, it'd be unlawful to park at street intersections within 40 feet. We have some roads in town that, right, exactly. So we changed that. The ordinance originally said 15 feet, so we recommended that be the standard, so we changed that. There was also a prohibition in 6-95 for closing town parking lots between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m.
Which means the beach.
That would effectively close the beach, and that has actually been before the board, a similar motion.
You better be free parking from midnight to 6.
Well, and it already is.
Yeah.
So after 4 p.m., or I'm sorry, 5 p.m., it's already free to park there. But it had been to the board
It
once
had-
before, and it was shot down
Yeah, it had been
unanimously.
to the parking committee too,
Right.
and there was some lively discussion on it, but it was wholeheartedly by everybody but one person shot right down.
Yeah, and that was the recollection I had of it, so that the recommendation was made to remove that from the ordinance, so you don't see that in there. The mayor and I had a conversation about contractor parking. We need to kind of define what that means. What is right of way? Where are they allowed to park? And how is that being enforced? So that's a discussion I'd ask you to have. And then finally, the handicap parking. Sure.
Are we talking town contractors or individual contractors?
Private contractors like at homes
If
that
you
are
want,
under
I can follow up on
construction.
the conversation. Here's a concern I've got. I am sick of having these trucks that are supposedly in the right of way, sticking out in the street. The traffic is a pain in the butt, trying to get around them stuff. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a safety issue, and I can see Kip nodding. I mean, they're sticking out in the road, and I literally had a conversation with a guy who parked in our road, which is a town road, who told me he is allowed to park on the pavement. All right, and that's not what the ordinance talks about.
Correct.
Okay, you can't park on a street, and we've got to figure out a way to get, look, I'm sorry, if you're building a house, then you got to be on your lot as much as you possibly can. And that's not what's happening right now. They're sticking out in the road. I see people swerving all the time and getting
Well,
around them.
before Youngner left, I mean, we had the accident where the guys didn't have cones out there and everything else. So, I mean, at a minimum, they
They're
need.
really pushing the envelope on this kind of stuff. And there's a guy across the street from me that's put markers up in front of his house. It's his contractor building the other house to keep people from parking there. But his contract employees are all up and down the road. And it's like, you know,
Well, the landscape guys are blocking streets.
yeah.
They're just parking in the street
Right.
when they're mowing and doing things in certain
Yeah,
yards.
so that's something that would probably needs to be addressed in the ordinance, and the nature of what their visit is there, right? Because as we talked earlier, if a Guy C. Lee truck or a lumber delivery truck pulls up, he has no place to go, so he has to stop basically roadside. He puts his cones out. And what I've made a practice of doing and have encouraged my officers to do, we'll stop and help with traffic until they're able to unload their lumber and get it out of there. We understand that they don't have a place to park.
You could go with the Boston model, you know what that is? They get tickets.
Yeah, well, and that's a possibility too. So that's a discussion I'd ask you to have and decide how you want that to look. Obviously, you know, the police
Well, I
department.
think we want to be friendly, and something like Guy C. Lee taking a half an hour to drop something off
Right.
is not, in my opinion, I would look for, especially Kip with your background, to take a hard look at this thing, because I don't like the way they're, like I said, literally coming here today, there were two large trucks that could have pulled over farther. Mark, you drove by them too, on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Okay, and like you're swerving over because you don't feel like you can miss them. And I think,
Sure.
and again, he wasn't asking for it today. I was looking, I didn't know what we wanted, so I'd read through this thing and I'm really uncomfortable with. And I think the point that you made to me, which is a good point, is, Rick, if it's on Wausau truck or it's a Joe MC truck and they're doing utility work,
Right.
that is different than a contractor parking their truck or their
All
car
day
on
long.
a street all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. And then lastly, I would ask you to take a look at the handicap regulations. So I've received, and I know the town manager has received at least 2, possibly 3 calls from different, not just disabled persons, but disability advocate groups. And the way that our current practice is structured is, if you're in a handicap spot and you have a handicap placard, you are exempt from paying fees. However, if you park in a regular spot, you get charged, and you may not drive on the beach either. So
Just ask you, and we'll talk about that as a board, we're looking through this. You mentioned that to me, and the only concern I've got is, I'm not really sure how, okay, if you're in one of our parking lots and you're using a handicap thing, I have no problem with that. I don't think
Right.
they should be ticketed. If I'm parking in the middle of the street with a handicap sticker.
Separate
okay,
in a
then I
way.
got a problem.
But if I'm in one of the parking lots.
Yeah, I don't care.
Right.
And I'm not in a handicap marked spot, but I have my placard and I'm in another spot, is the question whether we charge them or not charge
That's
them.
correct.
And if you're gonna not charge them in the marked spot, and there are no more marked spots, I think you can't charge them.
That's my point.
That's the
Yes.
issue that we've been
That's
running
exactly my
into, and the
point.
argument that we've been
Yes.
getting, and it's not an unreasonable argument. And I spoke with the town attorney before the meeting, and we kind of shared the sentiment that if you're going to allow them to park for free anywhere, then you
Just
should
let 'em
probably
park.
allow
You
them to
just
park.
gotta,
Yeah, my only concern was
In any otherwise legal
that
spot.
it's not I can park in a no parking space.
Yeah,
Today, go ahead.
That is something that the parking committee has
Yeah.
addressed and gone over several times, but it is something that we all need to talk about,
Yeah.
and,
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and
maybe you guys
there's,
as a committee
and
come
when
out.
you get into the devil's advocate stuff, you know, you get the teenagers that get grandma's car and placard and they come over here, but, you know,
Yeah.
it's gonna be so hard to enforce and everything else.
Sure.
Well, I think what you're doing is we got a copy of it.
Yes.
Would you guys as parking committee take a quick run at it?
so you
Just
need
to
to
see,
look
and then
at
anybody,
language.
and I'll send my comments. Anybody that wants to, send it to the parking committee.
And I also like to say, thank you for taking the initiative to have your
Hey, folks,
officers.
can you hold it down? I can't even hear them up here. Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you for taking the initiative to ask your officers to do what you're doing by either directing traffic or at least putting their blue lights on,
Yes, sir.
especially when they're parked in I mean, we don't have a curvy road, but there are some areas there that you really can't see around the curve. And then when you have people riding their bikes and walking, it's difficult.
Certainly.
Laura has one more. Go
So, Chief, right now, you're asking for us to look at it, you want us to get wording around, or the parking committee's going to, and then you're gonna bring it back to us
Right.
for approval to change?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
If you're changing the ordinance, it's gotta be noticed.
So if you're gonna change an ordinance, I will have to notice that, and if you're gonna change an ordinance, that's also going to, enact fees and punishments like that, or not punishments, but consequences.
I think the question is,
There's
there is no
additional-
parking ordinance for North Topsail Beach right
Well,
now.
supposedly there is, but
if
nobody
you're-
can find it.
Even if you're enacting any ordinance, I'm gonna need to notice that so that the public has the opportunity to speak on it. And if you're gonna issue an ordinance or create an ordinance that's issuing fines as well, there are more conditions around that, like a second hearing.
It has when's the next parking committee
Whenever they wanna
meeting?
call
So
It's
I'm
up to
gonna
those two.
issue a notice for this for the next Board of Aldermen meeting.
Perfect.
This item was simply to introduce the item to the board so that it's on your radar to review. And if you had comments back.
Let's see what the parking committee wants to do, because if you notice it, then they've got to make a decision by, what, August 3rd?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we ask,
That's my
why don't we
point,
ask the
is-
parking committee, okay, to get back to Lexi as to whether they're ready to make,
Whenever,
make that.
we can also do that. We can have parking committee meet, and whenever they notify me that they're ready for the Board of Aldermen
That's the way
to,
to do it.
to
Is that okay
see
with
and
you
vote
guys?
on it, I can
Okay.
issue a notice for the proper
Perfect.
meeting.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay, so if anybody wants to send Mark and I any of their thoughts or anything, because I'm sure that there will be some issues that everybody doesn't agree on, but we will, we'll put everybody's thoughts in there and.
As well as some issues we may not be aware of.
Right.
Exactly. We'll keep in touch with the chief as well.
Right, and when I read it, I don't remember, is this a Word document? Could you make sure we get a Word document?
Currently, I think I submitted it to the board packet as a PDF, but we do
Yeah,
have a
if you
Word
could do a
document.
Word document, because then I can do
Certainly.
red line and changes. Otherwise, I'm handwriting them. All right, moving on. This will be about a 2-minute conversation.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. Connie and I have been talking to the lady that has been doing our federal lobbying. And what I'd like, this is more just to get feedback from you all. We've talked about having our own lobbyist. We're not ready to make a decision on this today. We talked to her, and she said that because we are part of TISPC, it would not be, we wouldn't get the full rate. We would get a discount from that. So what we'd like to do is have her make a proposal, send it in to us, and then put it on the board meeting next time. And she would be strictly, at this point, the federal person that's been pushing the COBRA stuff and everything for us. Don't know what's gonna cost, but it didn't sound like a lot, Connie, from what she said. But I think, you know, Kip, you and I have been talking about this forever, about having somebody up in DC just looking out for us. And so she would come back in. She's been one that writes all the reports for TISPC. You've met her, Kip. But anyway, just a consensus to have her come in, make a presentation for us in August. Is that okay with everybody? Just to see, we're not approving anything today. So just a consensus.
So, but our only issue that we've identified for her to lobby on is COBRA? Have we
No,
looked at other issues?
that's the other thing. No, she's talking about, go ahead. She wants to do earmarks for us.
She has a lot of different things for us, different appropriations, earmarks, shallow draft inlet grants. She didn't come to us, we went to her and asked her basically, hey, if we were gonna do this, what could you provide to the town? What would be?
What's the value?
Yeah, what's the value? And, I don't have that notebook with me, but
No, but remember,
there were.
she said to us, she was giving us an example of some town that was basically a 30-to-1 payback.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of what she's able to do. You put stuff in the appropriations, you do earmarks that are back again. We have not looked at that. I mean, to me is, let's just find out what she's got, have her make a presentation, and then see where we go.
Yeah, because, you know, the throwing money after COBRA every year with the lobbyists, we've got to find something else for them to do for us.
That was our.
Yeah.
That was our whole thing. I think, out of our discussion with that, I wouldn't even say that COBRA was 10% of our conversation, probably less, because we were looking at other avenues, especially with the vote that will be coming up this November. over property taxes and everything else. And our discussion with her all was financial, where can we find extra revenue?
Well, and just
And
to
that
follow up
was
on
our
what she
big-
said, though, this is the woman on her own, okay, that got Rouser to put it in the appropriations bill. She's the one that did that as a sidebar because she thought the way we were handling it before was not the right way to go. That was her deal on the side for us. And that's why we reached out there and said, what else is out there?
So is she with the same firm that we've been using?
Yes.
No, the
sorta.
TISBC uses,
Yes,
yes,
yes.
same
Yeah,
one.
and-
But that's why she said, I can't, I'm not gonna charge, I've already got a contract with TISBC. This would be an add-on, but it would be on our behalf. All right, and so let's just see what she's got to say in the
Okay.
presentation.
August?
August would be the time, all right? Open forum.
We still have Mr.
So
Mayor
we
vote.
actually have item F, the plaque
we added-
design approval.
What exactly are we
So-
actually approving what this looks
So
like?
the plaque, what staff are requesting is for the board to review the two designs that were presented. The actual plaque itself falls under the manager's buying power. So we are requesting the board's approval of design. We have
Is
two
this the one,
options.
Larry told me this is already in the contract with the vendor? Is this
No.
already, or is this a separate thing we're paying for?
This would be something that the town would pay for. It's not typically paid for by an outside vendor.
I just didn't know.
I did reach out to multiple vendors. This one seemed to be the best option as far as design goes. Most of the vendors based their pricing on the verbiage, the amount of lines you would utilize, and any other additional detailing we wanted to add. This
Okay.
vendor, K-Bronze, does it based on the plaque size itself, which was financially more feasible for the town.
Okay,
which
so
is
the town manager has the authority to sign in this contract.
to buy
What you're asking us for is whether we like the
design approval, yes.
Okay.
Or if you'd like to
Shape.
add anything to the design.
Shape, words.
I'm a little
Dedication
limited on shape.
date?
The dedication date,
Was July 1st, but
the dedication date that's currently
Just leave
on
that
there
blank.
is,
September?
so the,
Your date?
the dedication date on there is subject to change based on uncoupling and the grand opening ceremony. Chad and I are working very closely to continue to reevaluate what date would go on it. So that is subject to change on the design, but yeah, absolutely.
Chief, is this standard to do for a new fire station?
Yes, ma'am. A
Okay,
dedication plaque.
all right, and it stays, okay. Since this is the board's just looking at this, I personally would like to look at some of the wording and stuff on it differently. Is this something what's the lead time to get this item?
So right now, the lead time for this item is between 5 to 8 weeks.
That's
I've
right in time
been-
with our schedule.
I am in constant contact with them. The times are slightly being delayed just with the cost of items and
Just to talk also about wording, and while Chief's here, a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into this going forward, but I've just got, when you're up here before, there were some comments that we needed to discuss in closed session. I don't know if some of the wording on here needs to be
I don't think that's gonna count for closed session, is it? I'm looking at-
edited or reviewed or removed.
I think the board needs more time to mark this up and maybe get back to people.
That's fine.
I think the appropriate, I think what the chief is trying to say is the issues with fire stations, some of it falls under closed session to preserve attorney-client privilege.
Correct.
And so we can have that conversation. That conversation might then have some bearing on what you want the plaque to say. In which
Exactly.
case, I think it's appropriate to maybe table this, this matter, and to give the board time to mark it up.
I'm gonna make a motion to table this matter.
Would I have a,
Would
could
we
I have a
like to
motion to
table
table
it
this
to a
matter?
specific meeting?
Right, because you got 5 days.
I'd make a motion to table this matter.
Do I hear a second?
I'm amending my motion to table this matter until the August meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay, do we have to do it till, how much time do you want? Is, if we're up in closed session, is it just a few minutes? Do you have a problem with just a little bit of the wording, or do you have a problem with the whole thing?
I have a problem with the whole thing.
Okay. That was my discussion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
To table it. All opposed? Now we're open forum. Lexi, we got anybody else signed up?
I did not have any signups for the second comment.
Okay, anybody else?
Make a motion to go into closed session.
No, he's gonna.
Sorry, I didn't sign up. Same for a 148 Seagull. Should have known that. On the parking on the roadways, the delivery trucks, they've now got sophisticated enough. They're putting cones out the last few days, I've noticed, but I don't see why. I know the utility companies have flagmen when they're out there. Why? And the town contractors have had flagmen when they were doing the dump trucks. Either get an ordinance where they have to put some temporary rock down and they're off the roadway, or have them required to have their own flagmen when they come. It is dangerous, and they are there sometimes for over half an hour. They've got little cranes. They're taking off trusses, and then also live on the north end. The big trucks can't turn around, so they go all the way up to Seagull, around New River, back past Mark's place to come back. And they're never going the speed limit. And I've talked to the chief about that. And I've actually stopped a couple of trucks. The most recent one was the people that deliver the rental equipment. And the guy told me, oh, we have a governor on the truck and a computer that tells us that we're going the speed limit. And they're definitely going over the speed limit. It's 20 miles an hour on Seagull, and I could see them coming down the road. They never slow down. They hit the curve, they slam on their brakes, headed north because they don't even know the curve's there. So that's the one item. And I'm sorry I didn't sign up because you guys just talked about that. Right. The other thing, real quick, on the plaques, because I'm a retired architect and I probably did over 250 plaques. You can get a temporary one made. They can cut it out of plastic, and then it looks just like a bronze one, and then you can replace it later. So in terms of your verbiage, I've run into this all the time with 8 to 12 weeks normally to get a bronze plaque. You can do a plastic one. Save time.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. I don't have any. Okay. Attorney's report.
Nothing to report at this time.
Mark?
Well, we've been here over 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna keep it short. I'm not gonna steal Kip's thunder. I will say happy 4th of July to everybody. But with that being said, and since I do have a little bit of time here to speak, I would like to bring up the safety point. Fireworks gonna be going on, heat stress. I cannot, it just blows my mind the number of adults that do not know that you ride a bicycle on the right side of the road and you walk toward traffic. I'm not trying to dumb anybody down. It's just amazing to me. And bicyclists, please try to do single file walking. If your partner's on the white lane and you're in the roadway, it is going to be an accident. Please, please, please put your head on a swivel. We're glad you're at the beach. We love that you're here, but we do not want to see anybody hurt. So with that, I'll move on.
And I appreciate you yielding to allow me to discuss my thing, much as I try to leave the turtle thing alone as well. So as we all know, I did say turtle. But as we're looking ahead, I do encourage everyone to attend the Ocean City Jazz Festival. Begins this Friday at Friday, July 3rd at 5 p.m. For the white attire party, and then They have Grammy Award-winning artists that are going to be performing. They've got a saxophonist, well-renowned saxophonist that's going to be in attendance. So it's going to be a great lineup, and it's this festival is the town's largest annual event, and it draws visitors from across the region while showcasing one of North Topsail Beach's most treasured historic communities. So I'd like to thank the organizers, volunteers, sponsors, public safety personnel, our town staff and management, whose hard work makes this outstanding event possible every year. Again, America 250 this weekend, so please, our semi-quincentennial is an opportunity to reflect on America's history, honor those who have served and sacrificed for our freedoms, and look ahead with optimism for the future of our communities and our country. So across North Carolina, Onslow County, there's a lot of stuff going on. Please look, there's an exhibit at the Sneads Ferry Library as well. So, and like Mark also said, with the increased numbers of residents and visitors enjoying our beaches and waterways, encourage everyone to help keep our beaches beautiful by practicing water safety, respecting our natural resources, and supporting our local businesses that help make our community such a wonderful place to live and visit. So other than that, happy 4th of July to everybody.
And pick up the trash.
Pick before you leave that. Are tickets still available, and how do people get them?
Yeah, tickets are still available. You can go online, Ocean City Jazz Festival. Yeah, I'll be out there probably all the days, and since it's a block away from the house, there's no reason why I shouldn't be there.
I'll be at the Jazz Festival. I've been supporting it for years, and we'll have company in town. But I do want to mention a different safety issue for people out on the Sound, kayaking, paddleboarding, etc. I got great pictures of the little alligator that was in our area, so I'm just letting people know there are natural resources here, and some of those are alligators, and you have to be careful on the Sound side when you are in our waters. So have a terrific 4th, be safe, but do know we still have alligators up here. Thank you.
Is it like to tell people at the golf course, they're not pets?
I had some safety stuff to touch on, but it's already been taken care of, except for I want to thank the town manager for his work and the work with his staff and the group on looking into safety for Beach Access 3, and also to let everyone know that beyond what he talked about, the town, Lexi has been working on it with the town manager. They're putting out a brochure that has, not only does it have all the parking areas and stuff, but there is, when it gets to parking area BA3, that says right on there that it's hazardous water as well, and it's in red, and it's got all our other parking issues on it. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the turtles.
I'm sorry.
We are not.
Go ahead.
Oh, we have sea turtles here on the beach.
It's not.
It's not. It's not a competition. But there are 80 sea turtle nests on the beach, and about 48 of them are here in North Topsail Beach. Thank you, thank you.
That's right. Take full credit.
We do have Turtle Talks here on Tuesdays, but they are not going to be this week because of on the 4th of July. So we will not have one on 6/7, and but there will be one the next week. Also, if you have an oceanfront house or you're renting it, please let everyone know to turn out those oceanfront lights, or get an amber or red lights instead. Draw your blinds. You don't want to have turtle accidents. And everybody be safe and have a wonderful 4th of July celebration.
I'll keep it brief. Happy 4th of July to everybody. Kip, you nailed it in terms of celebration and how big this is. Be safe out there, and appreciate the comments, and welcome the new chief officially, and the fact that we've got all hands out there during this time. And the other thing too, that our fire chief mentioned before, just really quickly, is he actually puts his people out where he thinks there might be issues on the beach, which is another part of the important process that goes on. With that, I don't think we're going to go into closed session. I don't think there's,
Didn't the fire chief want to talk about something with
no,
you?
he said no.
I think we briefly are gonna go into closed session under
Item
General Statute 143, 318.11, sub A, sub 3, to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Okay, all right. Do I hear a motion to go into closed session?
Motion to go in closed session.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Second?
No decision. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to,
I make a motion.